Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 22 of Minecraft Eternal version 1.5. Today is going to be the continuation of Thaumcraft. That's pretty much the only thing that I have planned for this episode. Going through the quest lines and setting up so that everybody can see what's going to be preview coming in the next 1.5 patch whenever the mod pack developers decide to drop it. This is a trial run. There are some things that need to be changed, that will be changed, that are already changed, but this is the showcase of showing what Minecraft Eternal is going to have. If we have a chance to, we're going to take a little break from Thaumcraft at some point. We're going to create 2 thermal evaporation towers for producing more brine and lithium, so that way we can get our fuel production going, because we're trying to also currently make a mech fusion reactor. We just need the one. We're going to get it. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take us to get there, and hopefully once we have this up and running properly, it's going to be well enough off that, well, basically it's never going to turn itself off, and we're going to have all that extra power as we need it. So we're just waiting for our game to load in here, and then we're going to kick things off. And of course, as always, if there's anything that anybody watching live or wants to present to me in Discord of what to do and when, or maybe a tip on how to do something a little bit better than what I'm doing, unless I'm doing it for a specific reason, feel free to talk in my chat. I will see it, or drop me a line in Discord, or talk in the Minecraft Eternal Discord, and we'll get things rolling from there. Like I said, we're just waiting for the game to load in for the moment. Alrighty then. So let's go ahead and get into it, shall we? There is something that I did want to try and do, and I don't know if I got it. I'm going to take a quick look out here and see. Yes, okay, I got it back. When I did the update to 1.5, the Whaler tooltip in the upper right, or excuse me, left, changed so that it no longer showed the contents of liquids, like the barrel that I have out there. So things were more or less a little bit on the screwy side. I had to actually, have like a bucket like normal. Alright. So, when we last left off, we were working all the way down in our basement with Thaumcraft stuff. and it looks pretty sparse for right now, but we're going to get into doing more of it right now. Okay, as you know, once you get the research table built and started, you actually don't have to use it anymore because of the fact now with the new patch that's going to be coming, you can buy curiosities in the player shop for about 500 apiece under the Magic Emporium tab. There's 6 of them. You have the Eldritch Curiosity, more likely to give Eldritch Research and will grant some warp on use. And then you have the Ancient Curiosity, Arcane, Illuminating, Preserved, and Twisted Curiosities. And they each tell you which part of research they give. So, they're pretty cheap and they give you 4 at a time. Even the Eldritch Curiosity does. So once you build this, you actually don't need to use this anymore if you don't want to. The Curiosities basically take that part out of the process. Also, when you're doing your research, you can basically screw yourself over by getting rid of your Thenomicon, which if you watched my last stream, I put it into my Akashic Tome and I lost my entire Akashic Tome. So that wasn't too fun. Every time you have a blinking little node here on any one of the screens, it means that you can currently do something. It tells you little tooltips over here in the book. Items will be consumed, items that need to be crafted, knowledge that must be used, things like that. So do keep in mind that they are required. Now, I do want to get this part done. I did say I was going to do it off camera, but I never did. They're really simple recipes. It takes 2 gunpowder, or excuse me, 1 gunpowder to turn it into 2 by using Alchemia, Exitium, Ignis, and Perditio. And it's basically, for gunpowder, slime balls, ink sacs, and glowstones to essentially duplicate. Obviously, the only one it's useful for is ink sacs because, well, let's face it, ink sacs are very hard to come across. Are they needed? No. Are they useful? Yes, absolutely. But that's not the reason why we want to get the Hedge Alchemy done. We want to get it done because we want to go down here to the Everfull Urn. This will greatly help our Crucible for staying filled with water so we don't have to keep filling it. As you can see in the upper left, it says 800 of 1,000, which that tooltip was showing, or was not showing, the last time I did my stream, and it was making me a little bonkers, so I finally fixed that. And then, of course, as you have your research table for Thaumcraft, your main source of research, it tells you everything that you basically need to know. It's got the 6 slots for the main primal crystals, what the crafting result is, and then what you are currently crafting on the left. I do forget what I was putting in those top 2 slots. Let's see here. Is it? No. No. There's something that I was making for that. Which was it? I was going to put something over there, but I forgot what. I was going to make something, and I don't remember what. I'll figure it out eventually. And then, of course, if we go look at our quest logs, and we go down to the Magic and Spellcasting tab, which is where Thaumcraft was all added, we have all this over here. So we look up the essential spells. That's what it was. We needed the brass plates to go there. So let's see how we are coming along with that. Because if I travel all the way up, I made an entire dedicated machine up here. Nope, not there. Where was it? This guy. Did I already put it away? No. No. Okay, what did I do with this stuff? Hey there, Uber. How are you? Yes, the sink. That's what it was. Zinc makes the mixed metal ingots. And that makes the advanced alloy ingots, which I was trying to make. No, it's not what I was trying to make. Because I already made the implosion compressor. Oh no, that's what I had to do. Okay. Just okay. And those I take down to smelt. Of course you are, Emperor. How you doing? I just screwed that up, didn't I? I was trying to get some brass ingots so that I can make 2 plates, and 2 plates is 3 brass ingots. Which is with copper and zinc in an alloy smelter, I believe. Yeah. Oh, wait. Right up here. Can I not use this for it? Alright, what other machines can I use to make brass ingots from? An induction smelter with zinc ingots and copper. There we go. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. And quit bugging me. I do understand that I did it wrong. So the brass ingots is what I needed, and I need 6. Okay. Alright. I'll keep half of the zinc out just in case. Alright, zinc can go away, the brass ingots can go away, and then that brass plate can go away. And then we go put this into our Thaumcraft research table so we can make it. Yay, got it. Okay. So that is the first piece of it. Now we need the arcane alembic. And to make that, we need 2 more brass plates, 2 essentia filters, and 4 of the great wood planks. We have the research. So in order to get great wood planks, we have to find great wood logs. So first, let's see if we have any great wood. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. So we don't have any great wood. I'm going to take this and just set it down over here for the time being. So now we need to find out how to find great wood. Let's just take a look here. They are found in the overworld, between lands, midnight, and twilight forest. Okay, so we're just looking for places to find great wood. So it's time to take a trip outside. Okay. Now, this quest right here, while you can do it this early, is recommended to wait until you can get less flux generated per. I could go and make the fabrics here, producing the enchanted fabrics, which is from pretty much any type of wool and string or fibers. Now, while I have enough to probably create a full set, I don't want to do that just quite yet because I'm not really needing it. It's actually a quest that should be done before going too much higher up there, but then there's also the focus, which we have to find Vitreous, Precentatio, and Aurum. But we're looking at doing this for now, so we just need to find that great wood. Now we know that in this direction generally is a whole bunch of enchanted forests that we can go looking through. So we're going to go and take a little trip this way and see if we can find some. Because we need some of that great wood. I mean, this is a Mystic Grove. Oak leaves, magic wood, magic leaves. Hey look, we found another dimension door. Magic wood. I do believe we're also going to need some of this silver wood. Oh look, primitive mob. hat pants. Wonder sap. I'm not seeing any great woods. Wait. No, that's dark oak. Look, there's a donkey on the treetops. I don't exactly know what kind of village this is. But you know what? That's actually my first village that I found. Hmm. Don't feel bad, Uber. Emp just likes giving me a hard time because he watched me during my last stream for part 1 of Thom. So he's having quite the go laughing at my mistakes as I'm going through things. Oh, look, a Cyclops. Cherry Blossom Grove. Oh, come on. Mm-hmm. Gotta love stream freezing in the middle, right? Come on, get ya. Okay, I don't know what's going on. It's frozen, but it's not frozen. All I'm trying to do is find great wood. Ah. I do apologize for this, folks. I'm having some small minor technical difficulties. My game is just not wanting to catch it itself, so we'll be back momentarily. Something's running that it shouldn't be, and it's causing my resources on my computer to go extremely downhill. I should be good to go here momentarily. There we go. Now it's resuming. Alright, so let's go back to this magical forest over here. Hey, hey! Dissidia, Octans, and Lucerna. Hey, we got some more constellations, so we can do some more natural sorcery later. This is a birch forest, so this isn't where we want it to be. Let's see if some of these over here are great woods. Yep, here we go. We found it. Okay. We'll deal with those constellation papers later. And we get the book out here too. And this we can open. I should probably carry a magnet on me. Put the one that I had away. Alright, any more great woods? Doesn't look like it. What about... see about some of these over here. Spruce, chard. Well, at least we found the one that we needed, right? Oh, what the heck is that? A remnant? Alright. Let's go home. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and clear this out. And we're going to get 1 stack of planks out of these. Alrighty then. So let's see now. With the great wood planks, trying to make the arcane alembic. We need to figure out how to make the ascension filters. We need 1 more brass plate, which we should have. Bucket and the planks. So we're going to go ahead and put our planks in the 4 corners where they're supposed to go. We did just put away our bucket, so we can bring that back out, which goes in the center, right? Yeah. To make the ascension filter, we need silverwood planks and gold. Now silverwood we should have. Yes. I'm going to make 1 stack of those as well. We're going to also need our gold. Can't forget about that. So let's go ahead and take those out for the moment, and this. We're just going to make 4 of them for now. Go back and put these back in. 4 corners. And then let's go see if our brass plates are done. Alright, got a bunch more brass ingots. So let's go ahead and make ourselves some more plates. And we only need 2. Alright, that gets me my Arcane Alembic and completes that quest. What do we get? Chiseled bit dark wood pressure plate. Okay. Now then, wants us to make the Alchemist Jug, unlimited mayonnaise, and totally tubular radical. You had way too much time on your hands making these, Emp, I swear. Alright, so it wants us to make all the different types of Essentia tubes, valves, buffers, things like that. It says, Essentia tubes are a way to get your Essentia around. They can be a bit tricky to understand, but are pretty simple ultimately. You'll need to use multiple of the different types available to make a proper tube network. Also, a caster gauntlet can be used as a wrench, typo, of sorts for Essentia tubes to forcibly disconnect them from others. It should be as, not a, right here. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Going for the thaumium smeltery and auxiliary upgrades ASAP is advised. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I'm going through the quests. Gotta go fix that typo now. Yeah, you do that. Alright, so warded jars. Unlimited mayonnaise. Warded jars are your Essentia batteries. They store up to 250 of one kind of Essentia and can be labeled to lock them to that Essentia as well as increasing their suction on tube networks. As you can see by most Essentia, like if I were to hold shift on this, it'll show a number. Basically, if you were to toss that into either the Essentia smeltery or a cauldron, it'll give you those things in the mixture of it. And then if you really wanted to, you could take quartz slivers and remove it, which puts flux into the air and basically causes you a whole bunch of mess. The smeltery produces less flux, but a 20% flux still goes into the air. Assuming I'm understanding that correctly. And of course, as you get this better, say, you know, out of all the different types of Essentia that there are, primal or not, you don't really need jars for the primals, but for everything that's not a primal, such as a tool or the Precatatio or whatever, you can put them into these warded jars, which will hold up to 250. Now, 250 is not terribly a lot, but if you don't throw in things to overstock it and just randomly collect things, then you shouldn't ever really get too close to the max of 250. Maybe 100-ish, unless you're throwing in like a stack of 5,000 of something. But we'll show you how to get around that as well. Now the Arcane Alembic literally goes right on top of the smeltery. That much I know. Basically, you take another piece of niter, you put it in the center, that is your heating source. You put the item that you're smelting on the top. Any leftovers, like if you were to do a coal block, it'll come out coal on the bottom, I think. I know it's a bad example, but you get the gist of it. Like if you were to do a tool, a wooden tool, you may get like a wood byproduct on the bottom or something. Flux goes on the left, I believe, and the right is whatever it makes, I think. I'm not sure. I might have to read the description on that again. What the arcane alembic does is allows you to filter things out of it. If we go and look them up, oops, alembic, it doesn't give you the details of what it does here. Let's see if it has it in the Thumicon under alchemy. No. And we will still have to get all of these crystals down here, which is going to take a little bit. I have to remember how to do that because I did it once before. Search, here we go. Arcane Alembic, here we go. Okay, it's not going to tell me. I think I just did things out of order again. Let's see. Yeah, not using slivers gives you more flux. I was aware of that. Did I say something different? 50% loss of essentia when crystallizing, so it's not really best to use them as cleanup instead of a way to store. Bottom slot in smelter is fuel. Any kind of fuel for a furnace goes in. Right side of the bar is the progress meter. Okay. And the left side is the essentia capacity, and the top slide is the input. Alembics are required to get essentia out, but you are also able to stick a jar label onto them and lock them to a particular type of essentia. Okay. So I was mostly correct. There was a few things that I had wrong. Get out of here. Okay, so first we need to try and get these crystals. We need to figure out a way to get all of them. So let's go ahead and do that first. So we're going to do thumb. Let's see what gives us fluctus. Let's see, ocean TNT, a piston. Okay. And luckily we have a pocket piston. That is a bubble ring. That is not what we want. Alright, let's just make one. Okay. Okay, so now I know we are going to need the piston to go inside of our crucible. And if you look at a piston, it gives you all of these things. Now you're not going to get everything out of it, but it'll give you a good bit. And I need a bucket. My reservoir. Okay. Now see how there's one Terra and one mechanical in there? You just supposed supposed to be able to right click it with an empty hand and it goes away. Or it just goes away naturally. Now if you notice, if I pull up my thermometer, in the upper left it shows the flux. The dark purple is very slight. As long as that doesn't fill up to the 75% top of the little tube there, things will be alright. And as you see, we got 5 fluctus, we got 3 potentia, 6 terra, ventus, modus, machina, metallum. So we got a lot of it. So now, if we go and look at our thumb, we got 3 check marks: potentia, metallum, and modus. So we can go ahead and keep 1 modus on us, put away the terra, keep 1 potentia on us, keep 1 maca on us, and we can put that away, and 1 metallum. I think we put the ventus away. And we need 1 fluctus. And double check. So potentia, metallum, and modus. So potentia, metallum, and modus. So maca and fluctus we can both have go away. Oh, sneak right click to dump the crucible. Gotcha. Dropping stuff into the crucible also works. I also advise doing that for crystallization. Usually not advised since all ascension in the crucible is instantly converted to flux in the aura. Yeah, I know that. If you can't use the quartz slivers like I was to empty whatever happens to be left in the crucible, then like he suggested, you're going to want to sneak right click, but just know that whatever you can't take out of here that happens to be left is going to go to the upper left, that little flux meter, and it's going to fill up, and too much will be bad. Like I said, you don't want it to get to 75% full. Alright, so we got 3 of them: modus, potentia, metallum. So modus, metallum, and potentia. So now we need vacuos, lux, gellum, vitreous, victus, mortus, and permutatio. So I'm just gonna, go silent for the moment here while I find this, and I'm just gonna grab items that I can do these little by little. So we're just gonna go down the line here. So we need vacuos. Nope. Oh, there it is. Haha, Perdicio and air. So let's see what we need. A piece of bedrock will work. Oh, look at that. Storage link cables. So let's do this cable. And look at that, we have a couple extras right here. Actually, let's use the import cable. Now if we look, it's got a few things on here. Although we might need a few more than just the one. That has void. That the export cable does not. because what we're looking for is void, which is that open circle. Okay, so let's bring void back up. Which is this guy. Let's look at something else. Something that's easy to make. Oh, look at that. Sprinklers. Those are pretty easy to make. So let's go ahead and make a few of those. Each one gives us 3 voids, so 3 of them will give us 9. So let's go ahead and make one more. Oftentimes, vanilla and Thaumcraft items end up being the pure sources of essentia due to their fixed values. This is often true, yes. Also, if you shift click, just right click, it'll put it all in. Do note that this is not a good idea, and I'll show you why. Okay. So I got all that. There we go, we emptied it, we filled it back up. Now the reason why this is not a good idea, because if you look, oh, it didn't do so much terrible. But you always have to keep an eye on that little meter in the upper left, because if you don't, you could very easily wind up with plenty more flux in the air than you're probably wanting. But as you can see, we got 3 of the Kuos crystal. We got 21 of the Metallum. These can both go away. This is another one. And we got 3 quartz slivers left. So we're going to go ahead and deposit these guys. We're going to pull up some quartz and make some more slivers. I do note that you don't want to make too many because it'll just clog up your inventory, especially with how many of the crystals you have to make down here. So let's see, Lux V crystals. That's the Fluctus. Oh wait, no. Okay, I see what it is. I was reading it wrong. Okay, so Fluctus, or excuse me, Lux is next. So next will be Thumb, Lux. Isca, Light. So that's probably derived from torches. Glowstone. So if we look, yep, it gives us 10. So let's just take 1. Okay then. That gives us census and lux. Now as you can see, we have the lux, and census is not one of them. So we can go ahead and deposit both of those. Can we fill this back up? Okay, that works. And we have 1650 levels of water back in there. Okay, so the next item on the list is Gellum. Okay. Ice, frost, cold, so let's think snowball. Bingo. We got 3K worth of snowballs in here. And as you see, it gives 1 Gellum each. So let's grab... no, let's just go for 2 then. Perfect. Gives us the 1 Gellum. Right. Okay. Emperor was just clarifying that... Why do I hear a heartbeat? I heard a heartbeat. Why did I hear a heartbeat? That was not cool. Warp is why I hear a heartbeat. Yeah, but why did I get warp? What was causing it? Anyway, he was saying that the flux will only leak out, or flux will only be created if essentia leaks out of the crucible, either by sitting there for too long because it boils off, or there's not enough of it that you can make a sliver, or you just shift right click with an empty hand to just evaporate what's remaining in there. Crafting stuff is no issue unless the essentia is left to sit there, or simply too much of it. As you saw, I had to pretty much get my water into the crucible so I can continue taking it out. If I leave water out of it too long before I put more water into it, then essentially the water will have to reboil, which means more of it's going to burn out. And because I have the ever-burning flame underneath it with the niter, it stays hot. The water itself that gets put into it is not hot yet, unless I put it in immediately. So that's why that was going on. I don't know why I was getting warped for the heartbeat, though. That was creepy. Alright. Oops. Next on the list will be Vitreous. I don't remember what gives Vitreous. Crystal glass clear. So just plain glass, maybe? And of course, I got to go through all the cells. Structural glass. Tin dust. Diamond dust, emerald dust, diamond nuggets. Tier 2 mob chunks. Prudentium essence. Panes. So I'm thinking it's any type of glass, roughly. Yeah, glass panes. So let's look up our panes of glass. And look at that. It gives us 1. So we take out 2, and there's more. Now remember, in order to take it out with a quartz sliver, you need 2 of it in there. Okay, next. Victus. Life. Okay. Planks, it looks like. Most foods. Great wood pressure plates. So it looks like it's most woods and planks and flowers. Things that are living or alive. Marble. Luminous blocks. Bouncy plates. So you know what, we're just going to start off by looking at planks. We have plenty of great wood, but we have more birch. Note that just gives us terra. Great woods, it seems, are the only ones that give us life, so we need 2 of those. Now this one's going to give us more, because in addition to the Victus, it also gave us herba. We do not need herba. Mortus and permutatio. Victus is also in meat and such. Yeah, things that are living or organic in nature. Woods, flowers, meats, foods. Yeah. The main thing is you have to look for these symbols. So like mortus, or in this case fluctus, you're looking for this symbol. Wait, what was it? Mortus? Mortus. Which is death. Makes sense. So we can go back to planks because treated wood makes it. And look at that, we have 2 treated wood that we can use. Perfect. Because we just came across that one. We put herba away again, and we got our mortus, which leaves us with permutatio. So that can go away. Now we can put a whole stack of those away. And then we put stack 64 away. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. How much water we got left? 1,200. So that's 12 buckets worth. No. It's 1.5 buckets or something like that. Alright, so the last one that we need is permutatio. Which is this guy. Exchange barter. Okay, Perditio and Ordo. Let's see here. Fluid ducts. Constanton. Garden cloches. Seeds. Upgrade kits. Looks like most augments, signalum blends, hamburgers. Oh, well, look at that. Iron mechanical components. Those are probably the easiest to make. Okay, maybe not. Let's see, that gives us 3, so that's all we need, but we're going to make a second one just in case. And that should give us everything that we need for that particular section of the book. And nothing left. Also, just so you know, instead of using the half-hearted goggles of revealing, while they are nice and they're not bad to use, your armor, if I pull it up, I can remember which button it is. There we go. On your helmets, you can get the revealing dark steel upgrade. And if we look over here through all of the upgrades and look for the goggles, which are right up here, it says dark steel upgrade revealing. It adds the V discount of 5%, just like the goggles reveal. And it says it only needs 4 levels to activate. And essentially this does the same thing as the bauble, and it's used to create it. Until I have something that will go in place of it here, there's no problem leaving it here for the time being, because it gives that plus half a heart. I could always put this back up there somewhere, which is +1 speed, but it's not that necessary. Maybe eventually, but it's not needed right now. And there we go. We got our chapter completed. We got our Essentia Smeltery. We observed the alchemy. Now we need to do theory alchemy. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but we can also get the theory of alchemy from doing the curiosities, correct, Emp? Curiosities grant theory and observation progress. The research table is completely optional now. That's what I was looking for. There goes my heartbeat again. Okay, so we open up our shop. We go down to the Magical Emporium, and we look for alchemy. Buy just one, and use them all. And there we go, we have the theory. So there we go. So drawn up the plans for an Essentia smelter. The smelter works much like a normal furnace by burning coal to produce heat, but instead of smelting ore into metal, it breaks down objects into a slurry of raw, unprocessed essentia. This process isn't very efficient, and a small amount of essentia is converted into flux roughly 20% of the time. The next step in the process is to take the essentia slurry and distill it using arcane alembic, which we also made. To work, arcane alembics need to be placed on top of a smelter. Multiple alembics can be placed on top of each other to increase the storage, but it does not influence processing speed. The essentia slurry will slowly be drawn into the alembic, and the individual aspect of essentia is separated. Oh, excuse me. If the smelter is being powered by alimentum, this distillation process is much faster. The essentia can then be extracted out of the alembic using files or jars or more complex means. So we already made our arcane alembic, so we're good there. But now we can see warded jars and labels, which is basically the next step. Essentia tubes, which we'll need to make files of, which will come. But we need to make some jars first. While we're working on it, let's just get these hedge alchemies out of the way. So we need a gunpowder, an ink sac, and a glowstone dust. And then we have to make Alchemia, Perditio, Exitium, and Ignis, Aqua, Bestia, and Census, and Lux and Census. Now basically we know that a glowstone will give us exactly what we need. So tossing in 2 glowstone will get us the glowstone dust one. Quick thought. Aha! Aha, okay. I was correct. My theory. For this particular craft, you just need 2 of each of them. And I don't need the slime balls, I need the ink sacs. The reason why you need 2 is because basically the first one will put it into the crucible, and then the second one will pull it out of the crucible. See? It's just showing you transmutation properties of it. There we go. And just like I thought, completed. So let's see, now we need to do it with clay, cobwebs, and lava bucket. So you pour the lava into it, I believe, and then you throw another bucket into it. Or something like that. Cobwebs is 2 string, and then clay, is dirt. So clay, two, just in case I need it, dirt. What was it I needed elsewise? If you want to be lazy with that stage of hedge alchemy, 2 of the item into the crucible does the required essentia, send the content item, that stage of the research. You can't lazy past as easily. Yeah, so 2 you can cheese, 3 you have to actually put some work into it. Because this is Hedge Alchemy Part 3 of 4. Oops. So clay. You have to do something that gives you 5 aqua and throw in a dirt. So two clay will get you, excuse me, 1 clay and then throw in the dirt. And that should get you this one. And then slivers for the rest of that. Okay. If you had heaps of crystals, those would be fine to spend. I probably do have heaps of crystals. I didn't think about it. Yeah, I have plenty of aqua crystals right there. Oh, brother. I'm such a nincompoop. Alright, what's the next one then? Cobwebs. So I need a piece of string and viculum. So let's get string. Just need one. And now we have to figure out what gives vinculum, which is a trap. Amber dust, fridge would work, soul stone, or soul sand. We need 5 of that, and we'd get plenty of other stuff left over. Looks like fencing would work. Those ones in particular from the midnight. Contaminated food would work. Now we got enough contaminated food. One of those ought to work. Okay. Before we do that, let's go ahead and refill our water again. Okay, how did that get filled back up to full? Okay, I'm not going to complain. So, in, and then the rest. And of course we have the leftovers. Oh wait, I did just go fill that up, didn't I? Ha ha ha. I'm stupid. But we did get some Radis V, Perditio V, and Mortis V. So that worked. And then the last one is lava buckets. We need Ignis and Terra. And throw in a bucket. So first let's get our bucket. And then our V crystals. We need 5 Terra. Oops. And then we need Ignis, 15. Right? I think that's what we needed. 5 Terra, 15 Ignis. Yep. So we're just going to go ahead and throw all of these in. And we got ourselves a lava bucket. And that should be good for the last of the alchemy. For now my studies are complete, but who knows what other wondrous discoveries I will make in the future. And as you can see, it opens up Liquid Death and the Everfull Urn. For Liquid Death, it says, curiosity has taken me down a dark path. I wonder what liquid made mostly from entropic and death energy would do. Nothing good, I imagine. At the very least, it should make a handy weed killer or control pests. It says moderate. Oh, my game froze. I was wondering why it wasn't showing me the tooltip. There we go. It just says Theory of Alchemy. But what we really want is this ever full urn. Chemical creation has proven to be much easier than expected. If I can somehow automate this process to create something simple and practical, it will go a long way towards further alchemical breakthroughs. Maybe something like an infinite water source would be a good start. We already have the observation for alchemy, now we need the theory fundamentals. So once again, since we need theory fundamentals and theory of alchemy, we go back to our shop. Back to the Magical Emporium. So first we need our alchemy. Now nothing gives fundamentals, generally speaking. But as you can see, that worked. And now we got a liquid death bucket. It says, oh dear, what have I done? This liquid is so dangerously toxic that virtually nothing can prevent it from dissolving flesh, bone, and even harder substances. Nothing alive or that even displays the semblance of life can survive it. Apart from obvious practical applications, this vile substance has another interesting property. Any essentia a dissolved creature possessed form into crystals that can be harvested. But if we look at the Everfull Urn, we have not gotten our fundamental theories. Ah, okay, I see how it is. So what he was saying is how this has a pulsing purple aura around it. Those are things that give warp. And the stronger the pulse is, the more warp it gives. The more warp you get, the stronger the heartbeat sound, which means the more you have to watch your sanity. So I did not know that. So once we get this one right here, Essentia Tubes, one of two, this one, the Potion Sprayer, will open up. But we need to still figure out how to get these theory for fundamentals. So you know what? Let's go ahead and buy more alchemy. Nope, still no theory and fundamentals. The visual effects of the aura is the same. Okay. He says the words on the dark aura in the tab of the research and also the files are the only way to determine the severity. So basically, well, I can't see it here, but when I open up another one, nothing here. Can't see anything there. Maybe this one here, Brain in a Jar. Oromancy has none. Fundamentals. Oh, we got newly discovered plants, Great Woods, and Silverwoods. Addendums. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Oh wait, there's one there, but I can't see it. I need Verdant Charms. So the next one that I can see, probably Bottled Taint, is one that I will look up and show. We still got to get these fundamentals. Now, of course, you can go and do the old-fashioned way and get fundamentals at the research table. Looking at this, fundamentals are the book icon for Thaumcraft. Let's just buy 10 of them. We're looking for that book. There we go, we got one. No? Well, what the hell? There we go. Okay. And there goes my heartbeat again. A small fountain of pure water always flows from the top of this urn, making it a perfect source of water to fill my buckets, bottles, or other liquid containers. The urn will also automatically replenish any liquid containers within 2 blocks of it if they can accept water from the top. This is perfect for automatically refilling crucibles, but has other uses as well. Fluid pipes can be attached to the top of the urn for more mundane uses. Every bucket full of water created costs 1V, which is drawn directly from the aura. The water does taste a bit odd, nothing to worry about, I'm sure. So basically what it's saying is, while this keeps your crucible right here full, which we're just going to go ahead and take that out because it's going to go right here. It can be within 2 blocks of the crucible, but it also has to be on the same up and down level of it. So just keep that in mind as well. So ever full urn. It takes a flower pot, 30 aqua, 10 Fabrico, and 10 Terra. So what comes from Fabrico? Looks like foods again. Silk from Mystical World, pies, foods, tubes. Cushions. Traveler's knapsack. Pixie hobbles. Slime slings. And that does not give us plenty. The meef. Now bound leather does. It only gives us 1 though. Fishing rods. Depending on which kind, but it still only gives 1. Carpets, 1. String, 1. Everything only gives 1. So you're basically looking at 5 sleeping mats. Or no, excuse me, 10 sleeping mats. But you're getting a lot of the armor and the bestia also. White linen. ME cable, covered cables. Rocket pants. Well, yeah, I know it can. How about a crafting table? Yeah, that seems good. So if we just look at a plain old vanilla crafting table, just one gives us 20. So there you go. And we'll just let that dissipate. But we got our Fabrico and more Herba. Herba can go away. Okay, so we need 10 of the Fabrico. We have 10 of the Terra, and I'm pretty sure we have 30 of the Aqua. And a flower pot. And look at that. We have one flower pot already. We have our 10 Fabrico, and we need our Terra. We needed, what, 10? And then our Aqua, we needed 30. Right? So Fabrico, Terra, Aqua. Fabrica, Terra, Aqua. Yep. So that can go away. This can come down. And then this should work. Oops. There we go. Ever-flowing urn. And you just place it down. And if you watch, it's got a nice small little animation that you can see it filling up the little crucible. Now don't forget, it takes the aura in the air to generate the water one bucket at a time. And we did get a little bit of flux. Lightning bolt striking somewhere up top. Quests, here we go. So efficiency 2, Thaumium Essentia smelters are both more efficient and faster than standard ones, a flat upgrade. Both are more efficient and faster than the standard ones, a flat upgrade. It has a 10% flux loss chance. So we take our Essentia Smeltery, an alchemical construct, which we have not learned how to make yet. We have learned how to make the brass plates, and we can know how to make the Thaumium plates, but we need the Thaumium Essentia Smelter research done first. So we'll get to there. We do have the warding jars and the totally tubular to do. And then this one says the Colors Duke Essentia Transfusers. Novice thaumaturge's most comfortable way of moving Essentia. They will transfer Essentia to and from containers in front of them to the attached acceptor or tube network remotely. No hassle, no spaghetti. So let's see, we need Essentia tube, restricted Essentia tube, valve. Now, if I'm not mistaken, those can all be made without putting it into the... No, they all have to go on the arcane workbench. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. This might take a minute. Okay. And fill their essential to okay. And all we need now is the Essentia buffer, which is this guy. Now, here's where we have to get into a little bit more, because not only is it going to take the tube, the valve, another tube, and the restricted tube, but we also need the 4 glass files, which we have not learned how to make yet. We do have the research done, which is good, and we have plenty of the VCOS. The glass files are simple. It's clay and glass. And if you look, it was also the other quest way over here. It says susceptible to ransomware. Read description. Glass files can be filled with essentia from jars, or alembics. Files can be dropped into a crucible to add the essentia from the file to the crucible. Okay. Speaking of which, we do need to also make another niter. We have a purple niter, so let's go ahead and use that. Because we have one down there. Nope. Should be there. Yeah, down there. That should be able to be used as a heat source, I believe. Because I don't think there's any difference in the niter types. Maybe only yellow niter can be used as a heat source, though. Alright, but there we go. We have our glass file. And it's glass file is all we needed for the Essentia buffer. Which is this guy. Oh, we also need an iron plate. Just one. Which will allow us to get our final piece of the puzzle. So there we go. Fun fact, the garbled text in the file's storage quest is the previous subtitle before the current one was added. Didn't know which one I keep, so I left it in there with the garbled text modifier. So yeah, there's an Easter egg. So you're talking about, no, not that one. Over here, this. I never know what those garbled texts mean. Even you telling me that's an Easter egg, I still don't know what it means. Now, why isn't tubeless transmission opening up? And those are a little tight. I'm going to have to fix those moving around. Can we make the blank focus yet? Vitreous Picantation Aurum. I mean, I can always go off camera and look at it so it's not spoiled for everybody, but I don't even know how you're supposed to unscramble those. Alright, I need an alchemist water jar. So it takes any sort of glass panes and a wooden slab. Okay then. Moving right along. So next we had, oh, I see why it's not lit up, because I have to do the alchemical automation as well before tubeless transmission will open up. Yeah, the latter was what I was going to do for that part. Alright, so alchemical automation. It says, with two alchemical constructs, you can build a thaumatorium. It can draw essentia from water jars through tubes or transfusers. No more tossing things in, just melt them down with the essentia smeltery and save it for later. Constructive criticism. My foot. Alright, so it wants us to create two alchemical constructs. So we need 8 iron plates, 4 essentia valves, and 4 essentia tubes, and 2 great wood planks. Alright, so let's start grabbing these things together. So we need iron plates, 8 of them. Great wood planks, we need 2. For now, the water jar and the glass files can go away. We don't need either of these two or that one. So we need the tubes and the valves. Which means we're going to need about 4 more plates. 1, 2, 3, 4. quicksilver drop. And brass. Glass can also go away. And then for the valves, we just need 2 tubes and 2 levers. So, lever. Okay then. So assuming I got this all correctly, I need to make 1 pattern of tubes, which gives me 8. Oh, I forgot, I do need that glass. Very easy to make a mistake in forgetting things. So there's the tubes. I need 2 more valves. Okay. And then what I'm making is called the alchemical construct. Which is this guy. 1 pattern creates 2. Okay. Another quest down, and we got grog. Yay, grog. Highly toxic pseudo-liquid, usually only consumed by certain pirates, may prove to be useful in other ways too, however. Well, if nothing else, it gives us a lot of the resources that we can melt down into other things. Don't think we want to eat that, though. Go ahead and put all this away. Now we need Alchemica, Alienus, Viculum, and Vidium. Alright, so we got that done, so now we need the tubeless transmission. It says, Essentia transfusers are a Nova thaumaturge's most comfortable way of moving Essentia. They will transfer Essentia to and from containers of them to the attached acceptor or tube network remotely. No hassle, no spaghetti. Okay. Filling Essentia transfuser, emptying Essentia transfuser. So brass dispenser and 1 of the alchemical constructs and 2 iron plates. But we need the advanced Essentia transport to do that. And for this one, we also need the advanced Essentia transport. So where is the advanced Essentia transport? Oh yeah, I'll have to make that void jar as well. Essentia upgrades. Okay, so we have to do each of these. Oh boy, so now we have to find files of Vidium Essentia, Viculum, Alienus, and Alchemia. But we can use our handy dandy new Alembic over here. Let me just clear out a bunch of this wall. And we can just make a small little piping system over here for it. And we can put a few water jars over here somewhere. Let's go ahead and put it there. Because why not? All right. So, aside from going through Thumb and looking through for Essentia, because we need the files, we're going to need to create a bit more of other things. So looking at these elements, we need Alchemia, Alienus, Vidium, and Vidium. Vidium and Viculum. So let's go for the first one. What we're going to do here is we're going to get jars for each one of these. Water jars. We're going to make more, of course. But, you know, we can make this whole area with jars, which we probably will. That's going to have to go elsewhere. So let's just go ahead and make a whole bunch of water jars. And doing it this way is going to take forever, so let's just do it in bulk real quick. So we're going to need a whole bunch of them. Slabs and panes. We got 76 blue ones, so why not? Take a little stack out. Drop that there, and then evenly distribute the rest of these here. There. There. That should be good enough for a while. And now we need the tubings. And we'll just go all the way around on that level with it. It's not the greatest organization in the world, I'll admit, but it's just getting started, you know? We're going to take out a bit of glass, plates. We'll take out all 4 of them here. Brass, take that out, and quicksilver. We got 2 of them. We'll get 1 more. It should be enough to get us a few more pipes. Okay. Okay, they're all connected now. It's good. Because if I'm not mistaken, essentially, instead of using the crucible to cook, you're going to be able to put it into here, and it's going to filter out after the progress bar fills from here, increased by the alembic, into each of the jars, one at a time. So we only have 4, 9, 10, 11 jars, so we need to not currently make more than 11 essentials worth of stuff. We could add another one here and another one here, and we still may. I don't know if they can go on top. I don't think so. I think it's only, like this, plugged in from the top. Alright, so let's get started with this. So, Vidium. What produces Vidium? Taint. Oh boy. Nether warts. So if we take 1, does it have to be the yellow niter? Usually blocks of material, also somewhat lossy. Well, at least I got the right item. I guess I gotta make the other niter. Alright, so we're gonna go back to niter, because we need the yellow niter. Yellow dye? Nope. How about dandelions? Yeah. That should give us yellow niter. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Smother uses any sort of furnace fuel. Yeah, but doesn't niter also work? I could have sworn niter also worked as a burning fuel. Oh well, right. Coal it is. Let's use charcoal actually. Should get the job done. Alright, that worked. Yeah, I read about the elementum. I haven't figured out how to make that yet. I am doing this correctly, right? Oh wait, I need my caster's gauntlet, don't I? Okay, why did that not give anything of what I needed? Tubes are a bit tricky to understand, as the quest said, but once you get the suction mechanic down, they're easy. I've got an unlucky lost chance. But at least I remembered that I needed the caster gauntlet in order to disconnect the tubes properly. Video about. Yeah. At least I have plenty of another word that I can do it with. You know? Alright, so let's go ahead and just put all this charcoal, or half this charcoal in there. Let's grab a bit more nether wart. Let's put it in there little by little. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to put this back on. Alright, so let's try this again. So we look with our caster gauntlets in there. It's blue, so we can take that off. Is that it? That is Vidium, isn't it? No, Vidium is purple. Okay, so for those of you who are wondering what I'm doing, if you have something in here, like this right here, it will not go into the proper jars. Okay, it'll always try to go into the first available nearest jar. It's always okay to leave the last ones for overflow connected, and literally you take your caster's gauntlet and you just right click to get rid of the connections from earliest to latest. And as you can see here, we got our taint, the Vidium. I don't know what that one is. And then, of course, this one is Terra, or Herb. Perhaps make the Essentia Resonator. Okay, what is the Essentia Resonator? Did I miss it somewhere? This guy. Oh, I can't yet. I have to do this part of the quest first. Quit trying to make me jump ahead. Because if I were to do the Resonator, which is this guy right here, Essentia Resonator. Oh, I can make it. Oh, I need more iron plates. Essentia Resonator. Quest completed for the Essentia Resonator. Wait, where was that at? Oh, it's off to the side. Not resonating wand, read the description. An Essentia Resonator is an essential tool for any thaumaturge working with Essentia tubes. Click a tube or other Essentia container to see how much Essentia it has and what the suction levels passing through it are. Okay. Suction 31 herba. 31 alchemia, Vidium. Contains 2 Vidium essence. Okay. So basically you're using the Resonator and the Gauntlet at the same time. $29 untyped? What? What does that mean, untyped? That's weird. Okay, so basically you want to disconnect all of these until later. And only connect them as you need them, apparently. I still don't know what that means by 23 untyped. I guess it's dissipating over time. But it tells you how much is stored inside of each. It says whenever two different suction levels run across each other on the tube network, they will conflict and only the first will work. Untyped will just grab whatever essentia. Suction decays over distance. Oh dear, you have a ghost connection. What ghost connection do I have? Where do I have a ghost connection? I don't have a ghost connection. I disconnected everything. I don't know the whole meaning stuff behind the suction stuff works, but okay, so that can go away. That can go away. And then I need what's the other one I need? So I got Vidium, I got Alchemia. Now I need Viculum and Alienus. Okay, so Viculum is trap. And we know from before. Oh, look at that. Amber works. We should have tons of amber. Oh, we got enough. This says a jar is connected to the network but not displayed because bugs. There should not be any suction if nothing is connected. Huh? Well, everything's disconnected. Could be because of the alembic. No. Huh. But you know what? I'm not worried about it. It's not that big of a deal. Wherever the highest suction is where the ghost connection is at. Okay, so it's this one right here. This corner one. Oh, found it. Okay. Well, at least now, whenever you get that, you know how to troubleshoot that to hopefully find out where it is, and then it's just a matter of connecting and disconnecting everywhere. Don't know how that happened, but okay then. Thank you for the help, Emperor. So, moving back on. So the next one we're going to do is these ambers, little by little. So, first empty one. Wait till it's all out of here. And then move it on to the next one. Nothing else shows up. And that's it. Yeah, I know it's a waste that I'm not doing things quicker, because I could get the things that are required for all 4 of these before I do it. But I'm doing this slowly. Yes, I'm wasting resources, but it's okay. Okay. Let's see here. What could we use for this one? Alien Strange the Eldritch. Endstone. Eye of Vendors. We can get plenty of those now. That gives plenty of resources too. So let's go ahead and do that. How about Ender Pearls? Just regular Ender Pearls. Oh yeah. Perfect. So you watch it, you see which one it is, and you open up one jar at a time. Once this last one goes away, the next one will show up, and since we don't have that one either, we can do that. Why were my pipes creaking? Okay. Time for a flux loss bonk. Also, tubes aren't strictly required. You can simply click the alembic with a jar to fill it up with the alembic's essentia. Oh, no, I know that. I was doing this purposely to store it. If I didn't have the tubes and doing it this way, then yes. Uh, Basically what he's saying is, just like if it was a bucket that I was holding, you can have one of these jars in your hand, and then if, say this, the Essentia Resonator was in my hand is a jar, and I could just go ahead and right click and it would pull the Essentia out of the alembic into the jar. That's all he was saying for that. So yeah, I totally get that part. I was doing this because I wanted to show everybody the symbols, along with the fact that I'm trying to show everybody the proper way to get the files. So we have our 4 files. So we're going to go ahead and use them by right-clicking on what we need. We know we need a taint. Why can't I pull that out? Alright, what am I doing wrong? I know I need this one, and this one. I think that one. So my second, third, fourth, and sixth jars. Oops. Okay, so I was mistaken. When you make these files and it says air times 10, files only hold 10, no more, no less. So all those things that I just burned, Nether Wart, the amber, what else did I get? Ender pearls. I might have to use that one. I know I have plenty of ender pearls, I just got to grab some from somewhere. Actually, I probably have them here. Yeah, I got 649 here. But I'm not going to need that many. What was the last item that I had? No, I think that was it. Okay, so basically, this number has to be 10 before you can put it into a vial. Like, I can make a vial of this one right now. Of course, at the moment, that's the only one I can make one of. Vitreous right here for the Nether Wart is probably going to be one of the hardest to do. Because when using files, you're going to have to do a lot of properness. Okay. Wow, that gave me a lot. Oh, I got 2 files worth in there now. Okay. Oh, and then it's going back to the first one. So you just got to keep an eye on it and watch it. You can always get the filtered tubes, and I'm pretty sure that would work. And then you just put the proper essence into them. But basically, for as long as it is burning and you're having to manually do it this way for at least the time being, until you get your first 4 files to complete this quest, this is how you're going to have to do it, just for the time being. Later on, you can basically make this auto-sort itself with filters and other methods. So that way you don't have to keep connecting and disconnecting things. You just put things into smelt and things you have access of, and it'll do it automatically for you. Technically, I could keep this tube going all the way around the top part, and then just everywhere that it comes down is a filtered pipe instead. Okay, so I don't need this for the moment. I have enough for that, enough for that, enough for that. I need one more of that, which is getting now. Bingo. And now I just have to wait until this finishes. Sort of, not quite. Filter tubes convert the suction passing through to suction of the type of essentia they're set to. As the quest said, you'll need to make use of different tubes in order available to make the proper tube network. Buffers mainly. Yeah. I just need to make sure I keep watching this for the time being to make sure that if I have to, I can disconnect this one and put it onto another one. Which I'm almost certain I'll have to do at some point. I wish you could see what this is. It's just flux. Which reminds me. Okay, there's a little bit of flux. Oh, look at that. Research completed. Flux. How about that? Oh, see, I gotta change it now. To this guy. While that's going for the moment. Yay, complete. Okay. Now it shows all the tubing, essentia buffer, and the alchemical construct. It says, I have unlocked the key to creating stable and relatively leak-free tubing. While mundane chemicals can be transported in glass, certain types of essentia either dissolve or simply pass right through it. By wrapping the glass in iron and treating it with quicksilver, I've managed to protect it from even the most volatile types of essentia. Brass fittings, finish-off piping system make it visually appealing. Tubes can be connected in all manner of alchemical devices through warded jars and alembics. Though warded jars and alembics are their primary targets. Essentia flows through the tubes whenever something is connected to them that can accept it, like warded jars. Jars containing different kinds of essentia will only draw their kinds of essentia towards them. Tubes, however, can only draw and transport one kind of essentia at a time. The highest drawing strength will take priority without the proper use of valves. It is quite easy for a network of tubes to get gummed up. The use of valves is essential. When you see gases being vented from a tube, it means different kinds of suction are interfering with each other. The color gives us clues to the types of suctions that are causing the problem. And we know that what I was doing, you take the caster and you could connect and disconnect the tubing from their neighboring section of tubing and it can also rotate certain tubes like a valve. The resonator shows the troubleshooting method. It is basically the same as the ME networking tool. We don't need any valves because that needs a redstone signal to go back and forth. Although you can do it with simple levers, of course. The filtered essentia tubes works like normal tubes, so it's possible to mark them with labels, files, or other items that clearly identify a single type of essentia. When marked, they will restrict essentia flow through them to what they've been marked with. Shift-clicking on them with an empty hand will remove the filter. Restricted essentia tubes work like normal tubes, except they have the suction passing through them. Directional tubes only accept suction from one direction. The blue marking indicate the direction from which suction will be accepted. The Essentia buffer allows you to store a limited amount of Essentia, 8 points total. Though it can be made up of any combination of Essentia types like a jar, it has suction, though it applies the minimum amount of suction possible, 1. This means that usually only able to draw Essentia from an Essentia source it is directly attached to. However, tubes can be connected to all its sides, meaning that it is invaluable for getting Essentia out of a device that could contain variable types of Essentia. You can attach bellows to the buffer. Each attached bellows increases its suction by 32. Additionally, you could toggle individual connections on and off as with normal tube, but if you shift click connection, it will choke the suction back to 1. A blue band or 0 red band on that side. This allows for some interesting possibilities when routing Essentia. Okay, so that's done. Oops. And look at that, there's already 200 in there. 125 in there, 80 in there. So except for the taint, which is nether warts, we've pretty much got a lot of anything. And we know we can get a lot of the herbia. Okay, but now that we've got the Essentia tubes, we can get the Thaumium Essentia smelter. We have not yet begun research on this. We need to make a Thaumium plate, which I think we actually have a Thaumium plate already somewhere. Oh, we have the ingot. We need the plate. Yeah, 3 of them or just an engineer's hammer. We should have the hammer in here. Yeah. That's just easily completed. We'll read that in a minute. Completed that. Okay. So it says Thaumium has proven to be a good choice, though not quite as effective as I had hoped. The Thaumium smeltery works much like basic smeltery, but has roughly a 90% efficiency instead of 80. Not nearly the improvement I was hoping for, but better than nothing, I suppose. Its main benefit is that it breaks down Essentia slurry at double the normal speed. We will create the Thaumium Essentia smeltery in a minute. The Essentia centrifuge. The chemical centrifuge is a wondrous invention that allows me to break Essentia into its component parts. When compound Essentia flows into the centrifuge from below it, it will be slowly broken down into the primal or compound Essentia that it is made from. Only one of the components is created for each point of Essentia broken down. The resulting Essentia needs to be drawn from the top of the centrifuge because the idiosyncrasies of the two pressure system. It will be best to connect an Essentia buffer to the top of the centrifuge. Okay, so we need to make the Morvic resonator, simple arcane mechanism, another alchemical construct, and more tubes for that. And then for the Thaumium Essentia, we know that we need more Thaumium plates and 2 more brass plates. Now, if I'm not mistaken, also, there is not enough in this chunk. The primordial soup, you may want to check your roof. Before anything too bad occurs, you can also use your hand for valves. Go check my roof. Nope, nothing's wrong with my roof. Why? What did you think was wrong with my roof? I'll go outside and check the highest surfaces around. Let's go ahead and sleep so we get a clearer picture of what's going on too. Nope, nothing's here. I'm good for now. Assessment about the flux you got usually indicates a space-time noodle form near you for the first time. Which message? I can't go back that far. Oh, wait, I think I know which message you're talking about. You're talking about in the fundamental section this, right? Flux. Talking about this research, right? Yeah, it's supposed to be 75% of the chunk, right? I'm nowhere near 75% of the chunk. Don't worry, I was being careful. Oh, 75% of the chunk's maximum capacity. Okay. So, uh, no, I guess it would be above that line then, right? Purple going above that line is when flux starts appearing. No, not quite. Okay. So basically what he's saying is on my bar, that dark purple has to be 75% above the pink. Pink is the aura in the chunk, and the purple is the tainted flux. Going back to the research here, it says, I have been monitoring a strange buildup of magical energies in the aura. It seems to be a form of dirty V that I have named flux. It shows as an ominous dark bar on my thermometer. I know. I now know what those purple puffs are occasionally I see when I'm being careless. Is essentia spilling into the atmosphere, becoming flux. Pure essentia. It says, let the flux build. Of course, that's a typo. Let the flux build. Okay. Seems should not be directly exposed to the aura. I'm not exactly sure what this negative effect will be because I have not noticed that flux seems to clog the local aura, preventing V from replenishing naturally. Picture it as a thick layer of scum on a natural pool of clean water. The local aura has a point at which it is filled, and flux seems to count towards this capacity. More alarmingly, it seems to take precedence over V, and I suspect It can probably exceed this natural limit. I'm not sure what will happen when flux overflows, but it is bound to be interesting. Just so you know, that is bad. It wants to let you do it, and we're going to now. So what we're going to do is we're going to make another cauldron. We're going to take our Salus Mundus, wherever we put it. There we go. We're going to go ahead and pick it up so that we have our cauldron, or excuse me, crucible. Alright, where did my caster's gauntlet go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, there's a reason why I'm going to do this the way I'm going to do it. We're going to grab something that has a lot of V's. We don't use the oak apple gulls, so we're just going to take a whole bunch of them. Actually, we need this. So we're going to go ahead and fly around to a safe chunk away. Good distance away. Let's go this direction. Now, as you can look, there is still some bad flux in the area. So we just got to go far enough away. Let's go ahead and just do it over here on this little island, shall we? Yeah. Right here seems good. Got a lot of essentials, plenty of water sources around. I'm just going to plop down our crucible. I'm going to go ahead and dig out underneath it. Okay, just like before, take a piece of netherrack. This dirt can go away. Place our netherrack down. We're going to take our flint and steel and light it. So that way it's permanently lit. Go ahead and put that back in our bag. Take this and fill it up. And then we're just going to take all of our gull apples and drop them all in. And shift right click to release it all into the atmosphere, and then just watch the taint go. Okay, so Need to do more. So go ahead and fill it back up, let it boil. And grab some more gall apples, because we don't need them, because we're not doing any bewitchment. And yet again, we're just going to toss them all in and let the taint build. Still not doing it yet. Alright, he suggested instead of gall apples I just use cobblestone. I got plenty, so let's go ahead and grab 2 stacks. Fill it up again. Let's do it with cobblestone. Cobble's not wanting to go in. Oh, there we go. Nope. Ah, there we go. Oh, look at that, it's boiling over. That definitely is going to do it. Seems there's too much flux in the local aura. Oh, whoa, I almost jumped right into it. So there we go, we got the new research for flux. Now that little black tendril looking thing, that is taint, bad flux, and it will hit you if you go into it. It won't kill you instantly, I don't think. I'm not going to test it, I just know it hurts you. But as we keep watching our thermometer, it's just there. And as you can see, it's getting bigger. It does break things, blocks trees, kills animals, and things like that as it gets bigger and runs into things. You'll also start getting taint blocks on the ground, and you will eventually need those to continue and harvest other things on them. So if we look at our journey map, we're just almost dead east from our base. So if we leave, it's not going to be too hard to come back and find it. Real quick, we're going to read up what it says now. It says, addendum. Note to self, do not let the flux build. It is bad. Very, very bad. If flux builds high enough, it seems to cause a tear in the fabric of magic itself. The flux escapes through the stair, but usually raw, chaotic magic spills through into our world, causing all manner of calamity. I should be a lot more careful of causing flux in the future. In fact, I should start looking into ways to neutralize the flux. Flux rifts. As I suspected, these tears are holes in reality itself. Actually, before I read this, I'm going to sleep. There. Now let's go back into that. It's holes in reality itself. The chaotic energies that flow from them is extremely dangerous, and I should find a way to close these rifts as soon as possible. My observations of the rift itself has revealed some interesting things. However, the rifts actually seem to feed on flux. The more flux there is in the environment, the larger they grow. They also grow more unstable over time, and eventually this instability causes a burst of pure chaotic energy. This energy can take many forms and is seldom a good thing. Fortunately, they regain some stability when this happens. The severity of the chaos burst depends on the size of the rift. Even though I can't close them yet, maybe I can find some way of keeping them stable. So as it says, you just watch it. It does eventually grow to a point where it stops growing. And this is where the fun begins, because things start to happen. There's a quest about the rifts' reading time. Rifts themselves do not cause taint. They do kill and destroy things, but they're not the source of taint. Okay, so let's go back to quests. Let's see. Here. The space-time noodle. Congrats, you fluxed up. Okay, so as it says in the book, this additionally adds, flux rifts are bad to say the least. They form when the level of the flux in a chunk is greater than 75% of the chunk's maximum V capacity. No other rifts can exist in a large radius around 164 blocks out. A rift will consume flux from the chunks it's over in time and grow larger. When it has no flux to feed it, it will slowly become unstable. Larger rifts become more unstable faster. Most likely, a rift will eventually burst into a taint seed due to instability, a nasty entity that will corrupt the land around it with taint, causing a lot of ruin to the landscape. It can be stopped simply by slaying the seed. If you run into a taint seed, scan it with a thermometer. It will be hugely useful to have done so when you need a primordial pearl. You need to scan the rift as well for some research. See a giant taint seed. So right now we're just letting it consume and grow. We could always increase the taint in the area, or excuse me, the rift in the area by adding more cobblestone to the crucible that we have down below. But we don't want it to grow too fast, because the faster it grows, the longer it's going to take to dissipate. It will go away naturally, yes, but until you can learn ways of sealing it yourself, you have no way of doing it. So for now, we're just going to let it sit there and stew. And yes, we do need it for research, and we do need to slay it for the seed itself later. We need to create a void jar. And for that, you just put the jar itself with the Perdicio of crystals into the arcane workbench. No, I totally understand that, Emperor. I totally agree with you about the observation of the rift, but it didn't work because of the dynamic hitbox. Yeah, because Minecraft funny mechanics. Actually, as a point of note, instead of making this see a giant taint seed, couldn't you tie it to one of these, the addendum part of the quest log within the Thermomicon? You need to make an add-on for that. You could always ask Brad to do it. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have a problem making something that small. so that FTB Quest interacts back and forth with other mods little by little. I mean, it would certainly help when you do Minecraft 1.16, Minecraft Eternal. Need to figure out Java myself too. No, I just asked Brad to do it. I'm sure he'd be more than happy. Although I don't know how much Goat or Corge would be enthusiastic to do that. On a good note, the tear here will not insta kill you. It just damages you. It does hurt a lot. But you want the reason why I'm standing in the tree, by the way, is because it does taint the ground eventually, and walking on tainted ground does hurt. When you start hearing the pigs die, you'll know that there's taint on the ground. And do note that the rift can almost spawn directly on top of your crucible. As you saw, I backed up and it was almost right above me. So that's another thing to be mindful of. That taint can spawn, or that rift can spawn anywhere within a 64 block radius of the center of this chunk, roughly. Ooh, what's these? Wither logs. Hmm. What happened there? Oh. That's what happened. Okay, so what Emp is saying is also that the centered chunk that has the high bad flux is where the rift will spawn always. So anywhere within the chunk border is where the actual rift will spawn, and you'll know that the ground starts getting tainted when the rift goes away. So those are both good things to know. Also, it has no Wayla tooltip, so you kind of can't look at it. Interestingly enough, one of the times that I was off camera, I went to the nearest stronghold. I think it's over in that direction somewhere. And I was having trouble finding the actual end portal. and it turns out that world generation destroyed it. But one of the times when I went into spectator mode and I was looking through walls and things, I actually found a stable Thaumcraft Flux Rift at some point, somewhere down there in the world generation. So that was kind of neat and fun and interesting to find. Excuse me. It always spawns on the highest surface of the X and Z coordinates it decides to show up on. Well, that's good to know. I guess it would have been easier had I done it after clearing out all the trees around here, I guess. You know, I will say, though, that this particular part of it, the rift, it's probably the coolest part of the mod because of the way that it's done. Not only that, I would also say that it is probably the most deadly part because it can destroy everything. Do keep in mind that if you do this in your base, even though it is chunk loaded and claimed, the rifts can still destroy everything they touch. So that's why I came over here and did this here, even though I have my base chunk claimed. So do keep that in mind as well. I don't know how long it actually takes for the rift to go away, because it does pull in bad flux from the surrounding chunks as well to keep growing until it is stable. And we're going to need to rest again. And while we're here, we might as well go grab some water. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Actually, I can just go back into here, because we actually don't need that on our person anymore, at least for the time being. Now, I don't know if I were to increase the chunk bad flux, if it would make the rift grow any faster or slower or what. I'm not chancing it though. I will say I get an odd satisfaction just sitting here watching this thing writhe around. Taint also has limited destruction powers. Unlike the Rift, mainly balance out how large of an area it can influence, I would guess. The after effects of Taint can even be beneficial. By the way, the porous stone created after crusted taint decays, or rather tainted rock, not crusted taint, but taint can only really destroy earthen materials. Your machines and such are largely safe. Missed a bit of text in the space-time nodal quest due to the GUI scale. Wait, what? Oh, it scrolls down. It says rifts aren't all bad though. And it went back up. Why did it do that? Okay. It says they can be shut using a casually collapse. Why is it doing that? A casualty collapser, and will provide some void seeds in the process. You'll need to shut at least one. You'll need to shut at least one to get into late game Thaumcraft content. I don't know why it's jumping back up to the top like that. That's just weird. So duly noted that it can scroll down on that one. You'll know it's a monolith of text when you need to scroll. Yeah, but I don't know why it keeps jumping back to the top. I literally took my hand off the mouse and did it on its own. It is very weird, yeah. Let's see if I can find another one, because I know there's another one up here somewhere that has a big, long monolith of text. Yeah, it does it here too. Wonder why that is. I don't know, maybe. I don't know why that's happening either. It might be something that I have to find the author of Yaba barrels and drawers, and or just ask in the general modded Minecraft Discord and try and see if somebody there might know both what it is, why it is, and possibly how to fix it. I know, it's a long process of waiting for the rift to go away. And I want this one to go away naturally so that I can do the proper information for trying to find flux rifts and things like that. Also, alchemical automation. Says sometimes alchemy can be a hit and miss affair, miscounted aspects, degrading essentia and ingredients that require manual labor to mix. I have had enough. Now that I have raw liquid essentia available to me, I should improve the entire alchemical process. I've invented an automated device that I have named the Thaumatorium. Like many multi-part devices, this one must be created using Salus Mundus. Thaumatorium is a marvelous invention that allows a thaumaturge to select which formula to use and what catalyst to add. It then automatically draws essentia from available sources using tubes as long as there's a supply of catalyst. It produces the required object perfectly every time. The crucible that forms its base does not require water, but a heat source is still needed. When I access this device, there are several slots. The top left slot is where I place the catalyst. Once I've done this, I can choose which recipe I wish to craft with that catalyst from a list of possibilities that appear below it. On the right, I will be shown the essentia required in the order they will be required. It will also display progress bars once the machine is in operation. The created object is ejected out the front of the device or into an inventory placed in front of the ejection port. Normally a thaumatorium can only have one active formula, but by attaching a mnemonic matrix to its side I can increase the number of formulas it can keep track of each matrix increases the number of formulas by 2. So by adding the first matrix, it can basically hold 3 formulas, I think. Mystical construct. It requires 2 alchemical constructs in 1 crucible. Hence why it still needs the heated source underneath, because the crucible's on the bottom. And to create the mnemonic matrix, it's just a whole bunch of stuff inside the arcane workbench. And now we have bottled taint. So this is the purple aura that says that it gives warp. I should be able to replicate the taint causing properties of flux. I'm not exactly sure why I would want to, but sometimes progress requires rest. The process should be fairly simple. I merely need to create a concentrated mixture of flux, and it should easily react with almost anything to create taint. Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? Oh, warp. Haha. Can I hit the darn thing? No. An instability effect? What does that mean? From the rift, one of those bursts of chaotic energy the book describes. Oh, okay. What, I guess I was standing too close to the rift and it did one of those instability lash outs? Oh, for reading the warp effect from the book? Well, I guess I did it on some place where I could read and then get knocked back to fall down out of its area of effect. Hmm. Basically, when I read the chapter, the bottled taints tab, and I completed it, that's when the effect of whatever it was hit me. Oh, look at this. I can get the potion sprayer now. I have made some initial tests to replicate the vanilla potion crafting system using Essentia. My results have been mixed. I should focus my efforts to make it more focused. Uh, Potion sprayer. This has been an effort in frustration, but I have managed to salvage some success from the jaws of failure. I can indeed replicate the magical effects of a potion by combining the essentia it contains, but the result is extremely volatile. There is no way to simply decant the potions into a potion bottle, the results into a potion bottle, at least none that I have so far found. The volatile substance immediately dissipates when exposed to air, but it can still transfer the magical effects to anything nearby, much like a splash potion. I have crafted something that I am calling a potion sprayer. You supply it with a potion that acts as a template and then provide it with the correct types of essentia. The sprayer will then manufacture a dose of the potion and store it internally. I can store up to 8 such doses. When it receives a redstone signal, it will emit a single dose of the potion in a 3x3 area in front of it. Oh, the rift just happened to trigger the effect while I was reading it. Lovely. Hmm. I swear I'm gonna go down there and kill those pigs. Oinking is getting on my nerves. Is it? Well, I mean, it is cool to watch this flux rift. Well, I'm gonna let this grow. Now I'm gonna go back to base. I'll come back to it in a little while. Like I said, it's almost due east of my base, so it's not like it's hard to find. And I'm going to take these chemical constructs that I made, and I'm going to go put them on top of the crucible I already have placed. Since I no longer need that to mix my essentia, I can easily do this part. There. That's all I should need, right? And then I put a demonic matrix whenever I can figure out how to make the clockwork mind. Iron plates and amber. And there goes my heartbeat again. Hmm. So, it looks like the next quest I need to do is the runic matrix. It says, coalesce. The runic matrix is the core of an infusion altar, an important contraption in Thaumcraft which infuses items with essentia and other items to create brand new ones. Every infusion recipe also has an instability value. Only rough estimates are shown to players, but each covers about 1 to 2 instability values above the previous level. You can make infusions more stable by placing certain items in symmetry around the altar. Tallow candles and mob heads are both good examples. Note, the heads don't need to face opposite directions to count. Even I didn't know this until I tried. If you place something at the northwest area of the altar, you need to place something in the same sort of position to the southeast, so opposites. Symmetry is only checked at the same height. Something below the altar won't count as a symmetrical partner for something above. Thaumic augmentation adds a tooltip to all items which can stabilize infusions once you have the infusion research. Arcane pedestals set around the altar should also obey these rules of symmetry. The pedestals can be up to 1 block above or below the central one. Required essentia is drawn from nearby jars. So essentially, if I make this with the niter and 4 arcane stone bricks, once I have the infusion research, I essentially just place that like right here in the center and it'll pull essentially from all these jars, supposedly. Okay, so according to this, the next research I need to do is chemical automation. I need to figure out how to make the clockwork mind. So how do I do that? Which is this guy. I need 2 brass plates, 3 stained glass, a comparator, and a simple arcane mechanism, but I need clockwork mind's research. Simple arcane mechanism, 2 brass plates, 2 iron plates, and a stick. So I need 1 more brass plate. Okay. And then I need 2 iron plates and a stick. Okay. And now I can make the purifying bath salts. It says warp is a danger even for the most careful of thaumaturges. For those who have done a bit too much dabbling, warp effects are probably more than just an annoyance. I should make solving this problem a priority. Even if I'm not able to remove warp, at the very least I should be able to alleviate its effects. Okay. I have drawn up a recipe to create relaxing and refreshing bath salts. Simply tossing these salts into water will turn the water into a silvery purifying liquid that soothes away the stress of the day and brings temporary relief from the effects of warp. I should note, however, the more warp a thaumaturge suffers from, the shorter the duration of this protection. The salts are quite fragile and will soon dissolve if tossed around haphazardly, which takes a lot of air, cognito, ordo, and victus. 3 of which I do not have. Well, 2 of which I don't have a lot of. Sanity soap. That's what you toss in, and the arcane spa. It's basically creating a bath. The liquid will fill a 5x5 area above the location where the machine is placed. Okay. Which means I can now do this research down here to create it all. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Can we make this yet? We need aurum, precantio, and vitreous. Oh, that's right. We need to make another jar. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to take this last one. Because you know what? Everything needs to have an overflow protection, right? So now we got the void jar. Additional jars. If your capacity level is over 1,000, thermic jars holds extra essentia, but unfortunately have a couple downsides due to technical reasons. Namely, you cannot put brass lid braces onto them. Although one variant, the adamant jar, should not be filled to 90% or greater capacity with Vidium essentia. Adamantite cannot quite take the shear pressure caused by the extreme density of what is effectively flux. If this condition is not respected, the jar will likely burst after a while and release all the Vidium into the ore as flux. Okay then. So to do that, I just have to make any of the types of jars. So any type of warded jar, a brass plate, and any sort of stained glass, but I need brass warded jars. Research. Essentia centrifuge. Make use of the unused. Allows you to break down nearly any type of essentia. It will accept essentia from the bottom side and output it to the top. Break essentia down into the other essentia that composes the type. So aurum will break down into percantio and air. It only extracts one of the ingredient essentia per operation. It's a 50-50 chance for either one. Best used with an essentia buffer directly on top. And I can make this if I can make the Morvic resonator, which needs rare earths, which I should have plenty of somewhere. Yeah. Okay then. Also the arcane ear. What's that noise? Redstone components that will emit a redstone signal whenever a note block nearby that is set on the same note as them activates. Also listens for notes of note blocks with the same tuning block type. The ear's tune block type is determined by what block is placed on. There's also a toggle version that is switched between powered and unpowered whenever it hears target note. And Thalamic Dioptra, overviewing the aura. The Thalamic Dioptra will display a 13 by 13 map of V levels when placed down. It can be right-clicked to make it show flux instead of V. A redstone comparator can also be placed next to it to output a signal based on the level of V or flux in the chunk it is placed. So yeah, we're going to eventually make all those. I do want to make this workbench charger, and of course the Thalamic pavements. Placed on top of the arcane workbench or a focal manipulator allows it to access the V and all chunks around it, increasing effectively 9 times as much V's as once. Which we can now make the V resonator, except we need the workbench charger research. And for that we need the blank lesser focus. The arcane ear, the V-powered generator, infernal furnace, and a hungry chest. So we need a note block. Easy enough to create one. Okay, arcane ear toggled. Okay, for that we need clockwork mines, which is somewhere in here it looks like. We do need the arcane bellows researched. Lamp of fertility, lamp of growth, magic mirror, ascension mirrors, magical hand mirror. So where's... Oh, that's an automated crossbow, missing clockwork mines. V-powered generator. We need a piston and block of redstone, both of which we should have. So redstone. What was the other one? Piston. Okay. One more impossible thing to mark off my list is not even lunchtime yet. I have managed to generate mundane power using V. Though I had to cheat a bit to do so, it is simple matter to turn kinetic energy into power, and creating kinetic energy with V is Thaumaturgy 101. Using V to turn an axle connected to a dynamo did not work, as some magical energy would transmit through the axle and cause all kinds of problems. In the end, I designed a special linkage using magnets and some clever engineering. This linkage would transmit the kinetic energy while not allowing the V and mundage energy to interfere with each other. Unfortunately, the nature of some of the linkage places some limits on the power that can be generated. As some kinetic energy is lost, it draws V directly from the aura to do this, and a single point produces 1000 FeRF, though it can only output 20 per tick. A redstone signal will disable the generator. Okay, so V generator. Let's see, hungry chests. We don't have shulker boxes yet, so we can't do that one. Nether brick, obsidian, and blaze rod. We can get all those right now. So first, obsidian. Blaze rod. And nether brick. Or wait, no. It's nether brick. No, that's not right. This guy. I only have 2. Okay then. I took a trip to the Nether and was inspired by what I was found there. By harnessing raw Ignis with a furnace crafted from obsidian, nether brick, and a pinch of Salus Mundus, I will be able to make a highly efficient and fuel-free furnace. So efficient, in fact, that occasionally it will produce bonus materials from the form of nuggets, rare earths, and other items. While this is essentially free, it is also very slow unless the furnace gets a steady supply of V from the aura. It should be noted that the furnace will occasionally create a small amount of flux as well. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Anything dropped to the top of the furnace will be smelted down and spit out the front. If the object is not normally smeltable, it will be destroyed. I can place a chest or other container directly to the front of the furnace to have it eject items into it. Cooking meat in the infernal furnace will produce meatly chunks as byproduct. I can combine 3 different types of these chunks with sugar for a delicious and invigorating treat. And this is what the structure looks like. So on the bottom, it looks like 4 corners of nether bricks and a cross of obsidian. The second level is a pool of lava, and then the nether brick and obsidian just carrying up with a iron bar in the front of the lava. And then the top of it is just the same pattern of obsidian and nether brick, leaving the top center of it open so that things can cook. Triple meat treat takes any types of 3 meat nuggets and a lump of sugar, which goes into the arcane bellows. We just need an air crystal, so let's go pull one out of here real quick. That'll let us do this one. Alright, Arcane Bellows performs much the same function as part of its mundane counterpart. Only difference is that it happily pumps away by itself, sending forth a stream of never-ending air. As I hope, they can be attached to furnaces to increase their smelting speed. It is also possible to attach them to crucibles to reduce the time it takes for their water to boil. Bellows can be deactivated by applying a redstone signal. I am confident more uses will reveal themselves eventually. And the Arcane Bellows is not terribly hard to make. At least not by itself. Well, it's got a multi-block and all attached. You want a good bit of space for the infusion altar. Note that ascension in the jar used to make the TA jars is lost. So you probably want to empty them before upgrading. I should apply that to the description. Addendums have been added to several devices now that you have the Bellows research. The green plus by the research means there's a new addendum that you have not yet viewed. Okay, so if I go back into here, there's green pluses. It says new page added. So literally you just click over and it says addendum. It says attaching an arcane bellows to an infernal furnace has shown some interesting results. The elemental infusion air not only stokes the flames, increasing its melting speed, but causes them to burn much purer, increasing the chance of creating bonus nuggets and other materials when smelting. So that's good. And if we look here, new page added under alchemy, the Essentia smelting also has an addendum. It says bellows placed on the side of a smelter will greatly increase the heat it generates, allowing the items to be broken down into slurry much quicker. And now that we have it, we also have the improved Essentia distillation part 1. It says while Essentia smelters can be very fast, they could always be faster, especially at the speed at which they can break down the Essentia slurry into usable Essentia. It should be a simple matter for me to speed up this process. I have discovered a way to make the Essentia efficient auxiliary slurry pumps. Each auxiliary slurry pump placed on the side of a smelter acts as a secondary processor, outputting refined Essentia into any alembics placed above it. So we need a filter tube, 2 planks, 2 plates, 2 other plates, another alchemical construct, and the arcane bellows itself. But now it also opens up the improved Essentia distillation part 2, also which we complete. It says designing the slurry pumps have given me an idea to reduce the amount of flux generated during the smelting process. I should follow up on the ideas as soon as possible. I've discovered a way to manage the flux generated by the smelting process by running the slurry through a secondary set of venting ports fitted with filters. I am able to separate out the flux and safely vent it as harmless steam. Like the slurry pumps, the vents need to be placed on the side of the smelter. This process will reduce flux produced by about a third, and additional vents will increase this, though there are diminishing returns, which is the auxiliary venting port, which is 4 iron plates, 2 Essentia filters, 2 brass plates, and another alchemical construct. You still need to get this runic matrix built, but we don't have infusion research. So that is arcane infusion here. So for this we need a stone, a feather, and a phial of air. Well, let's see if I have a feather. I do. Put that away for now. Stone. And now we need 10 air. So what we can do is try this. Next empty one. And just put in the air crystals. We have a little bit of a loss. Okay, now we need more files. Glass files. And let's grab one. Okay then. Says, unsurprisingly, infusion crafting is proven to be a lot more complex than I expected. Simply trying to infuse aspects into something does not work. I will need a relatively complex system to stabilize the entire process. I have drawn up plans for a runic matrix that will allow me to do this. So now we can do the runic matrix itself. We need the 4 arcane stone bricks and a niter. The niter we have. Okay, here's our niter. And arcane stone. We need to turn those into stone bricks, which gives us 4, which we just put back in with the niter in the center. 139V, 7% discount, and only 119 is available. Boy, that stinks. Okay, so this is what we got to do now. We need to look at thaumaturge stuff for our armor. We already have the boots because we wound up looting it off of something. So that's nice. We need to get 3 more. So we need the... Well, we can get this now. Because why not? Okay, that can go in. Let's see here. We don't need the Apier stuff. We don't need the speed. Okay, we need leggings. Okay, so we have to create the 3 armors. We don't need the 4th one because we already have the boots. But we need the robe, the leggings, and I thought there was a head one somewhere. Wait, does the helmet not have one? No. The helmet has the revealing instead. Okay. So that can just go in there. So I only need 2 more. One for the leggings, one for the chest plate. So first we need to pull up the robe. Enchanted fabric. So this can just come out for now. We're going to need a lot more of this enchanted fabric. I know that, because it only creates 1 per. Okay, so let's just go ahead and grab a whole stack of wool. And string. Okay, so we need 8 for the chest piece. That's 8. And then for the boots, or excuse me, for the leggings, we need another 6. 7. So yeah, we need 8 and 7. Ah, Fabric of Disenchantment, that's not too bad. And then of course the Thaumium Caster's Gauntlet, so we'll need 4 more after that eventually. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay. So there's the robes. And then the leggings. Look at the V go! Haha. Okay then. And then we just wait for the V to slowly build back up while we put these on it. First we do the robe, and we do the leggings. And that can go away. And then we just got to figure out how much we need from each. So 4 levels. And I assume this one also needs 4 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there you go. And now we just put them in. Oops, wrong one. That one. Then there. So now if we look and we put back in our previous pattern, we now have a 13% discount, which is nice. Why is that not getting any lower? Or rather higher, I should say. Flux occupation. Funny, Amp. So why is it not getting any closer? Oh man. I need this guy. So I need to make a V resonator, 2 great wood planks, 2 iron ingots, and the workbench charger. Okay, so where's the workbench charger at? There it is. Okay, so I have to do the basic Oromancy first, so I need to make this blank lesser focus. So I gotta struggle with Aurum, Precantatio, and Vitreous. Vitreous I have, because I have that over here. And I can use vials to pull out 10 at a time for 20 that I need, so I need 2 for that. Actually, let's just pull these all out, because why not? Okay. Then, for the next one, I need Precatio and Aurum, neither of which I have. Okay, so what gives Precatio? Solid Ender Eyes from Cyclic. I produce too much though. Zombie Messentia Smeltery itself. Monster spawners. Beneath Teleporter. Looks like any enchanted books. Where's that Curse of Shimmer book? Sure enough, that produces some. 9. Curse of Binding also produces. Okay, so let's go ahead and use these. 1 and 2. It's in there first. So, Wolf. Why is that not filling? Do I need a buffer? Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I guess that one wasn't closed. There it goes. That one wasn't closed. That was it. So now it's air, which is this one. Hand. And that's the one that I want, and I have no more jars. There we go. I do a little bit of finagling, but I got it. I got 14 out of it, so that's good. Okay then, what else did I need? Borum. So I'm definitely going to need another one. So let's go ahead and clear this out a little bit more. So we're going to need another tube. And another jar. Well, let's use yellow stained glass this time. Because why not? Okay. So if it happens to be something that is almost overflowing, we can just void it into this one, which actually Move the void jar to the end. Put the water jar here in its place. And fix the connections. There. Now, of course, this isn't ideal. I'll probably make a better system later. Yeah. I mean, this is like half the space here. I can dig out this whole 3, 4 chunks wide over there. We extend this all. Void jar isn't a trash can. It still has its own capacity and can only hold one type at a time. Well, yeah, I know that. So if I were to come here and look up void jar, it says essentias can be stored in worded jars. Jars can be placed in the world and are able to store essentia virtually indefinitely. The enchantment placed on the jars also makes adding, extracting essentia a breeze. Jars can be filled from an alembic by clicking with the jar directly on the alembic. They can also be filled and emptied using files. What is more, they make excellent storage medium for jams and preserves. Shift clicking on a jar with and alembics with an empty hand will empty them. It doesn't actually say what the void jar does. Alright, let's get back to this anyway. We need Aurum now. That can go away. I don't know why that was turned off, but okay. This guy. There's more pages back there. What do you mean there's more pages back there? Oh. As long as the jar contains some essentia, you can attach a jar label to it. This will lock the jar to that type of essentia and it will not be able to accept any other kind of essentia. So I'll have to make a couple jar labels too. You can remove a label by shift-clicking an empty jar. Jar filled, change the blank place, shafting. You can also craft brass lid braces when used on a jar that will prevent essentia from being drawn from or placed into the jar by anything other than tubes. Picking up the jar will remove the brace and return them as an item. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about that. And for a blank label, it's just any sort of black dye, a slime ball, and 4 papers. Okay. So we got our 20 vitreous. That's for that. We need 1 file of Precantatio. Which is this guy. And now we need the Aurum. Let's see, what can we use to make the Aurum? Mermex stuff. Silverwood planks, okay, okay. And the only byproduct is something we already have bottled and don't have a lot of, which is the herbicide right there. So let's go ahead and grab our silverwood. Go ahead and get 15. And then we just watch for what's being produced and select the correct jar. We did not. Oh, yeah, we got enough. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Now for this, we only need 5. So we're going to get double what we need as far as that. So we're going to need our quartz slivers in order to extract the rest of that, and we need an Ordo V crystal for a catalyst. Just this guy. Now how are we supposed to put into this with that on top? We're not, are we? Probably want more foci anyway from Thaumatorium with Mundus. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I came across it somewhere. Where is it? This one? No, it's a centrifuge. I know I came across the Thaumatorium. There's the transfusers, which I can't do yet. I do need to make the Thaumium Essentia Smeltery, which I need more Thaumium plates in general. And the Thaumium itself is more Precantatio and Terra with an iron ingot. Where is the Thaumatorium at? Well, that opened up a lot. Control C provide or seal provide. I'll come back to these. This research also unlocks additional golem parts, so that's cool. Improves golem combat. Arrow, shears. Examine something that can launch objects. Easy enough. Should be able to throw down my Why can I not drop my shuriken? I need a fermented spider eye for that. I need flint and closely examine a climbing creature, so that would be spiders. I need a diamond and a piston. Examine iron. I don't know where that control seal provide is at. Alright, I'm getting off track here. Why can't I view the thaumatorium? Arcane seals. I need white wool and gold ingots on me. Sidrium V. Fancy amulet bauble and purifying bath salts. Chester. And growing essential and seeds. Sacrificial dagger and demonic will. Oh boy. You know, I know I saw somewhere where it talked about that, but I don't remember where. There's Atomic Dioptra. Focal Manipulator. Weave V from the area into foci, infusing them with a custom spell. Actually takes 5 times the amount of XP levels it says. Which I can't do until basic Oromancy is done. Which I'm working on. Then that's the Recharge Pedestal. Recharge trinkets that need V to operate, drawing the V required from the aura. Alchemical automation. So maybe I need to take the water out of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I need Salus Mundus now. That's what it was. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Now I gotta reread this. So that can go away for now. Let's just get this out of my inventory for now. 99V is available. 99 bottles of V on the wall, 99 bottles of V. Alright, so let's go ahead and read this again. Okay, so essentially I clicked on it from this angle when I threw the Mundus. So this space right here is essentially the front of my thaumatorium. Thaumatorium, the Mars mentioned that I was thaumatorium select which formula to use and what catalyst to add. It automatically draws attention from available sources using tubes. As long as there is a supply of catalyst, it produces the required object perfectly every time. The crucible that forms its base does not require heat, water, but heat sources still need. When I access the device, there are several slots. Top left slot is where I place the catalyst. Once I've done this, I can choose which recipe I wish to craft. Okay, so I'm trying to craft what? What was I going for? This guy. Blank laser focus and an ordo crystal is what's needed. So, where's my ordo crystal? I must put it away. Okay, so here, and the ordo crystal goes here. Blank laser focus. Now I just have to connect it with piping, and it will automatically pull out so I don't have leftovers in the crucible. Okay, so focus, put this way. So I need this guy. I need this guy. And I need this guy. And I need 2 pipes to connect it. Or just like this. Okay, so Aurum is this one, right? Yeah. That can go back into there, and then these can go back into here. Now it should pull the next one, right? Why isn't it pulling the next one now? Oh. Yeah, it might make for a good idea. 1 Aurum Essentia, yeah. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. Now I close this off and I open up this one. There we go. Haha, success. A little bit of a hassle, but all in all, not too bad. Took me a minute, but I got it. Pipes do have travel time and tiny capacity. Good to know. But now that I have that, we can move forward. We have to examine fire very closely. And we need to build a focal manipulator. Okay. Did that take? Yeah, okay. Now the focal manipulator, I need a couple more V resonators, stone slab, stone and iron plates, and gold with a stone table. Okay then. So first let's get our stone table. Which is this guy. Easy enough. Now we need our arcane stone to make slabs. And now we need the focal V resonator, which is iron plates and nether quartz. Okay. I will make a bunch of those eventually, but not right now. Oh, I need 2 gold and 2 more iron plates. Oh, come on. I can't even make that. Why not? I hate V sometimes. You need to examine it very closely. A level of detail that a thermometorium cannot see, or thermometer. Seems like you need to take your workbench elsewhere for a bit. Well, actually, I can leave that there for the moment. And I'm going to put away the rest of this stuff. And what I am going to do is go check on that tentacle that should have spawned over by the rift. Due east we shall go. Oh, I won't. Oh, let's see here. Should be right around this area right here, I think. That's about where I went to, right? This thing still hasn't done anything yet? I don't have to stay here and watch this thing the whole time, do I? Yeah, I forgot to do that. That would make sense now, wouldn't it? What the hell is a remote lever? Um, Die, Mr. Skelly Man. Okay, so this is the chunk that has to be loaded. Well, shoot. So take note, folks. If you do decide to go away from where your taint is, or your flux is spawning the rift, chunk load your area. That's a lot of enemies. Ow. I don't know what this structure is, but they hurt. What is this thingy over here? Block of coal? Looks like Stonehenge. Alright. Bind this to a lever in the world. Shift click to activate it remotely. Hey, it's another cyclic thing. Probably something else that doesn't work. Alright. I need to generate more. How do I generate more aura? Oh, well, hey, I got it. Oh, you hush your mouth, Emperor. Yes, I know I forgot to chunk load it. Viz regenerates automatically. Silverwood trees also help it recover, but those aren't affected by bone meal, so you need special magical methods or just time. Okay, so I will plant some silverwood trees, but I don't have any actual room in the chunk that this is loaded, because the silverwood trees can't grow because my entire base is a 1x1 chunk. So I'd have to plant like, a couple of them around, maybe past my nether portal, I guess. So would that work? If I just planted the silverwood tree saplings adjacent behind my nether portal and things like that? It's the adjacent chunks. Okay, around the area is fine since V and flux spread out. Gotcha. And of course, I'm waiting for this to catch up again. Because if I'm not mistaken, Thaumcraft, like, I guess it's Botania, deal with nearby adjacent chunks for most of their things that are basically out in the open world, right? No, wait, Botania's nothing to do with it. Maybe it's Nature's Aura that I'm thinking of. It's the one where the crafting table is a bunch of like logs that you have to place things down and around. Okay, yeah, it was Aura in Nature's Aura that I was thinking of, not Botania. My bad. I knew what I was thinking of. I just chose the wrong mod name. To be fair, they both deal with nature, just in different ways. Funny plant mods based on automation. Technically, well, you can't set things to autocraft with the arcane table in Thaumcraft. You can, however, set it up where everything else is autocrafted or autocraftable. It's literally just the arcane table that's not automatable. Because essentially you can have a pipe-in system to here for both fuel and whatever's being smelted. Have the system set up like this, or like if it was to end like right here or something, you can put it into I don't know, would this be considered a gas essentia? Because if that's the case, you can use your ME system to store essentias. That's actually worth a thought. because rather than using the limitations of the 250 or even the 1000 jars, you can just use the ME gas storages for storing all the Essentia you want. Oh, couldn't we put it in to try it? I mean, literally, all you would need to do is enable the one thing, and that's the fact that uh, Essentia could be stored in AE2 drives. Because, I mean, just like a fluid interface, there is a gas interface terminal, isn't there? Partitioning doesn't work. There's no direct tube interaction, and the arcane crafting terminal crashes you. No, 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 not the arcane terminal. Oh, wait. Not the arcane workbench, the AE2 arcane terminal. That's what you're talking about, right? Damn it. I mean, you wouldn't need to do the arcane crafting. Literally disable that, not make it. Well, it did at one point, not anymore, maybe. Well, it's worth a shot to try it, maybe eventually. Maybe after I finish with the Thaumcraft stuff, I'll tinker with that, add it in, and see if it has been fixed or not. Because would that be on the Thaumcraft maker for the AE2 add-on, or the AE2 add-on itself maker made that, or is it a third party entirely? I don't know, I'd have to look it up, I suppose. Third party? Okay. Makes sense, especially why it crashes a lot. Okay, so yeah, we moved on. So we've got this now. Basic ornament. I have everything I need. All I need to do is craft my first focus by arranging specially prepared V crystals around the focus. I can set up patterns that will determine what function the focus will perform. For now, I only know the patterns for root, touch, and fire. The root node represents me, the caster. In the focal manipulator interface, it is shown as the eye icon. The empty node below it marked with both a target and a trajectory icon. Mediums like touch require trajectories to determine what they affect. The root node provides a trajectory that matches where the caster is looking, so by linking touch to it, I'll be able to touch anything I am looking at. Mediums almost always provide a target. In this case, whatever has been touched can some can also provide a trajectory. In this case, though I require a target, so I'll be able to link the fire effect by linking root, touch, and fire. In this way, I'll be able to create a focus that applies the fire effect to whatever I touch. I could, in theory, link fire directly to root, but since root provides the caster as a target, that means I will simply set myself on fire. I can fine-tune exactly what the fire effect does by tweaking its damage and burn duration. In the bottom right of the interface, many patterns will allow me to fine-tune them in this way. Creating a focus requires 3 types of resources. The first is the crystals used in the crafting process. The second is V from the aura, and lastly, it also requires some player experience. Every time a focus is used, it will also consume a small amount of V from the aura. Complexity. The effects I can create now are fairly simple and limited. The limit how many patterns I can attach to a focus. This is measured as the focus complexity. Each pattern type has a complexity cost, and increasing their parameters, for example, the damage of a fire pattern will increase the complexity further. Using a pattern more than once also incurs a stacking complexity and cost increase of 50%. Complexity of a focus directly determines how much V it will cost to cast and how long the caster gauntlet needs to cool down between casts. Okay. A focus pouch. Once I've gathered a sizable collection of foci, it'll be quite annoying to carry it all with me. I should find a convenient way to carry them all. I've invented a special pouch I can carry with me to store my foci. Whenever I change the focus in my caster, it will check this pouch first, and any foci that get removably placed inside it first. I can also right-click the pouch to place or remove foci by hand. It can also be carried in my belt bubble slots. Gold, bunch of leather, and a mundane belt bauble, which is just leather and alchemical brass or brass. So that's not too bad, not too terrible. Elemental effects or recharge pills. So here we go. This was the one I wanted first. I'll work on that later because I want this first. Woohoo! Workbench charger. Oops. So let's do workbench charger, which is this guy. It needs 200 V. Okay, so I need another V resonator, 2 greatwood planks, 2 iron ingots. So that's not too terrible to get. So here's the iron. Just 2. Need the ingredients for a V resonator, which is another iron plate and another quartz. So plate and quartz. These guys. And then great wood. And then I need the silver wood saplings. Okay then. So another V resonator. 2 planks and 2 iron. And I don't think I'll get close to the 174 V needed, so I need to go place the saplings to let this generate. Now you say bone mealing doesn't work, and I'm assuming only mystical fertilizer does, but would time in a bottle work? Okay, so at least if I time in a bottle the saplings, at least the 5 saplings that I have should be able to grow. So I just need to go and place them down somewhere. Someplace that I'm not going to just uproot them. So someplace like right here can be one. Put another one over here. Put one over here. Put one back here. And yeah, sure, let's have one on the overhang. Got enough time in a bottle stored up that I can do all 5 of them? Let's go to sleep, shall we? Now, doesn't also having silver trees planted also increase? They create a 5x5 diamond at their base. Ooh. Let's go check and make sure I did that with all of them. If they're that wide. Oh no, it worked. At least that one did. This one will have to move. This one over here should be fine. This one's going to need to move. Yep, see, that one grew. This one's definitely going to need to move. Just call me a lumberjack. Yeah, that should be good enough, I think. So I got two over there, one over there. One's, I believe, directly behind. And then I got this one up here. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're just waiting for this last one to grow now. Yep, there it goes. Okay. That should significantly raise the V in my chunk. So it just goes to show, when you head out for finding the great wood, make sure you find a good healthy bit of the silver leaf trees as well. Man, it's just going to take time for this to fill up. They don't affect the cat, just the regenerate. That's fine, that's what I wanted. Now I got to figure out how to pull in from the 9 chunks. Well, I know how to do it. I got to build this thingy to put it on top. I need a chunk with 174 V in it, which, if I'm not mistaken, the best way to do that would probably be to take this arcane workbench, or build a new one, and go into the magical forest chunk. And because there's flux, it reduces the overall V cap. I understand that. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to go till it says I'm in a magical forest. Extreme Hills. Magical forest should be just up this way. Roofed Forest and Mystic Grove. This should do. $256 available. All right. This guy. Bingo. I just collect this all back up and head home. Now I should have no more V problems, as long as I don't have too much flux problems. Oh, look at this. Plenty more silverwood. Let's see if I can get some saps. Ooh. Something's causing me a little bit of lag here. Okay. Best thing about gliding is you can still eat while you're retreating. Alright, so I had to temporarily move my arcane workbench so that I could be able to craft, so that I will never have to move my arcane workbench again. I think it's a nice trade-off, especially since I just move it back anyway. I am, however, going to move it over onto this corner. And then this guy goes right on top. And now I have 1,500 available, which is quite nice. That is plenty of V. 3x3 chunks. My chunk and the surrounding chunk on all 8 sides. That is nice. Now I just store these away because I don't need them anymore. Alright, so what's next now that I got that going on? So we created our workbench extender. Music disc. Alright, we got our focal manipulator. Don't care about infusing them with spells just quite yet. Now I need to get the recharge pedestal itself. Not that we'll probably use it, at least not right now. We'll need another V resonator, 3 types of stone, oops, 2 diamonds, and a gold. As much as I want to do it for the quest, I can wait. I'm going to need to create the boots anyway. Darn it. Well, it's not connected to anything, so... Well, but I will need it to make the robes of the adept. That's going to stink. But now I can make this runic matrix, which I've been putting off for a while. Okay, why is that not working now? Is that not the recipe? I choose the wrong arcane stones. Oh, I needed the bricks. Haha. Silly me. There we go. That opens up a whole slew of things. Hey look, I got a flight upgrade for a rat. Funny mod. Alrighty then. Funny rate. There's some info quest I have opened by the goggles and thaumaturge robes. Give them a quick lookie. Which ones? Over by the goggles. Over here. Focus issues. Fortunately, there's some about associated. Oh wait, that's the vampirism one. Focus secrets. Certain researches require you to scan specific items or entities to unlock them. This quest reward is a command that will print info about the hidden focus effect research scan dependencies in case you didn't want to spoil it just by looking at the quest. Claim to reveal secrets. I don't know what that did, but okay. A cursed stick. Just give me the thing already. A Petch Wand is a rare drop from Petch Mages which can be scanned to unlock certain piece of research. Unfortunately, Petch are rather rare to find, so you want to 100% research. It's a real bother. So here's a one-time deal for 1. What knowledge does this hold? Sure. Okay, the Arcane Grappler. Craft it. Grappling hook that uses V as energy. Right click to fire it. Drag you towards the impact point and hold you near it. It will only detach you if you sneak or fire again. Okay. Lamp of Growth. Oh, Wheat Go Burr. Use a bit of herb essentia to quite significantly accelerate the growth of nearby plants, crops, trees, you name it. It should work. Plus, you can stack the effect. Yes. That is in the infusion crafting, which I guess I should place my runic matrix down, because that's going to go right over here. Because I'm going to expand that out that way, I'm going to move it closer to this wall. Okay, I don't know how that's supposed to work. I'll have to read up on it. Centrifuge I need to make. The Arcane Ear I need to make. Dioptra. Automated Crossbow. Stationary crossbow armed with a mechanical mind. It will automatically fire arrows at hostile creatures nearby. It can draw arrows from a dispenser placed below. It can also be mounted into a minecart and can be enabled or disabled with an arcane activator rail. Bow, mechanical mind, sticks, great wood planks, metal, and a mechanism. So basically it's just a turret that you can place down for something somewhere. Research by experience, mind over matter. Headband of Curiosity will grant a bit of progress towards the theories and observations in random research categories whenever you pick up XP orbs. There may be ways to abuse this ability. So basically you put that on your head, and anytime you pick up the XP orbs, yeah. What does it take to craft that? Fusion crafting. Prince message chat. Cool. And then build the multi-block. What multi-block am I supposed to build? Talk about for the runic matrix. To even get started with infusion crafting, there are several things I would need. The runic matrix, which I now have, arcane pedestals, and a ready supply of magic in the form of essentia. Once you have your runic matrix properly placed into a structure commonly known as an infusion altar, you can begin to craft. The altar is crafted with the use of Salus Mundus. Like most other mystical structures, once pillars have formed, the runic matrix can be activated using a casting tool. Central pedestal located under the matrix is where the item you wish to infuse will go. You also need several more pedestals placed around the altar where you can place the blocks and items you wish to infuse into the target object. Lastly, you will need warded jars or similar essentia containers holding the requisite amount of V. Once all this is gathered, you can click on the runic matrix with the casting tool to start the crafting process. During the first stage of crafting, essentia will be drained from nearby sources. Crafting will stall if there is sufficient essentia available, something that you do not want, and will be explained on the following pages. Once all the required essentia has been infused into the target object, the other objects will have their essential essence drained. Only when this is done will the crafting process complete. Infusion crafting is not without risk. The entire process involves forcing vast energies into a single object. Unpredictable things tend to happen. Usually one of the fusion objects gets knocked off the pedestal or flux gets generated, but more catastrophic events are not unheard of. The longer crafting continues due to unresolved problems like lack of V or dropped items, the greater the chance of something bad happening. The effects can be reduced by various means. Firstly, you wish to keep the entire fusion structure as symmetrical as possible. Take careful note of where you place pedestals. Make sure they are balanced with other pedestals on the opposite side of the altar. When placing fusion items into them, you may wish to keep them balanced as well. Lastly, you can place occult paraphernalia around the altar in symmetrical formulations. Things like candles, skulls, etc. will have the effect of reducing instability. So I got the runic matrix. Now I need the arcane pedestal. Simple enough. You need at least 2 of everything. And then the last one is the mystical construct, which I have no idea what that is. Huh? So 8 arcane stone, 2, 2, 2, and 2. Oh, it's an arcane pedestal is what that is in the center. I can't spin this. Ponder moment. So pedestal, and then I guess in the center top on the pedestal is that matrix. Infusion boosting. Should be a way to improve the functionality of fusion altars. Investigate this. I found a way to improve altars through the use of special blocks under one or more of the 4 altar pillars. The infusion speed stone will increase the speed at which the altar operates, but at slight increased cost. The infusion cost stone will decrease infusion cost, but at slight reduction to operating speed. These stones must be placed directly under the altar pillar, but need not be balanced for instability purposes. Okay, so that's good. So the speed stone and cost stone. Okay, what's this one? Cloud stepper ring. I should get my feet wet by creating a simple bauble. After some thought, I decided to create a ring that would reduce falling damage, possibly help my mobility. It's fairly simple to drop the plants for something like that. So it just reduces fall damage by a certain amount. Made plans for the bauble I am calling the cloud stepper ring. It makes the wearer lighter, therefore greatly reducing falling damage. Additionally, create a momentary puff of air below the wearer when they jump, allowing them to perform a second jump in midair. So essentially I could have a multi-jump 4 with that equipped. Headband of Curiosity. I need Theory Arcane Fusion. Experience orbs I gather, harvested from resources and slain monsters, contain magical energy and packets of knowledge. I am certain that more can be done with them than simple enchanting, so I need Arcane Infusion and Verdant Charms. I occasionally find myself being affected with poisons and other nasty afflictions. I should find a way to protect myself. Also Arcane Infusions. Infusion altar. Build it. Pointing grid. Cloud separating is unfortunately bugged, it seems. Never really heard of it working. Yeah. Not to mention, with my multi-jump, the way I'm using it, to get some height while I glide around with my dark steel armor, I don't think it would work too well because I'd only be able to do the 4th jump once. Unless, like the multi-jump feature, it allows it to do the puff of air another time after a certain amount of time passes. Okay, so those both need Arcane Infusion research. Enter Curiosities. I need to create something that will ease my travels. I should examine the mechanics of movement and how one can go about improving it. Arcane Theory Infusion there. So, Curiosity moment. We need Infusion research. Yeah, infusion research is what I was looking for. Yay. Good. Good, good, good. There. I did not get the arcane infusion there. I did, however, get that one. I designed a pair of enchanted boots that will ease the journey of any traveler. They will allow one to move faster, jump higher, and fall further. Lastly, they allow you to cut through water like a fish. A slow and clumsy fish, but a fish nonetheless. This power does have a cost, however. The boots need to be charged with V for their abilities to function. Boots of the Traveler. Instability is negligible. Ha. Thaumium Fortress Armor. Thaumium Armor has many things to recommend it, but its basic construction leaves it inferior to Diamond Armor. I should find a way to improve the construction process and complexity. More arcane infusion research needed there. And then same thing with Thaumium tools, it looks like. Yeah. You gotta craft all 5 of them. And still gotta get more arcane infusion stuff. Okay. Back to the curiosities board. So let's go and buy 2 more. Not like we're hurting for money, right? Okay, that works. I'll read up on those in a minute. Okay. Each individual piece of Thaumium Fortress Armor has the same protective properties as Diamond Armor, but has greater durability, offers additional protection against magic and fire. The biggest benefit, however, is that the individual armor pieces are designed to be designed and constructed to be worn together. Each additional piece of this armor worn increases the overall protection offered by all other pieces and improves its visual appeal. As with most objects constructed from Thaumium, the armor is easy to enchant. So we got head, chest piece, and legs. No boots. Oh, I guess because it's meant to be paired with the boots of the Traveler, I suppose. Fortress Armor faceplates. I designed the faceplate used by Fortress Armor to be removable. I might be able to create specially enchanted faceplates to give the armor additional abilities. Another curiosity moment. Okay, that works. John designed several magical masks that would replace the armor standard faceplate used by Fortress Armor. Usually, a thaumaturge needs to choose between protection and utility when out and about. Not anymore. This modifies a Thaumium Fortress helm to give you all the functionality of goggles of revealing. It does not, however, give the V discount the goggles usually do. The helm can have this upgrade along with the other masks. When worn, this has an interesting... Okay, so we have the Grinning Devil faceplate, the Angry Ghost faceplate, and the Sipping Fiend faceplate. Okay, so basically you have the goggles of revealing on the original one, or you can choose one of the 3 others. When you strike a creature in combat wearing this mask, you sometimes steal a portion of their life force to strengthen your own. The fact that you do by supping on their blood doesn't seem to bother you nearly as much as it should. You wonder if you should be worried about that. So the Sipping Fiend, which is this one. So basically it's lifesteal. Grinning Devil. Interesting dampening effect on those suffering from warp. While it does not reduce the number of events, it does reduce their severity somewhat. It seems laughing in the face of danger does have its rewards. So the warp thingy and the Angry Ghost faceplate. When you are struck in combat, a chance to suffer a withering effect serves them right. Okay, so it's a wither reflect back. Not bad, not bad. Oh, you just hold it and right click it. You don't actually scan it. I don't know where it went though. V amulet. If you wish to recharge my V storage items, I currently need to return to the nearest recharge pistol or carry one of them around. This is not always convenient, however, I must find a portable way to recharge my items. Okay, it's just a V battery. Advanced foci. Blank advanced focus. Okay. Elemental effects. Okay, we've already done that. Air, frost, earth. Simple enough. Focused effect, flux. I need to get theory and oromancy. Even armor cannot protect you against this energy. I've already got the flux scanned in. That's this one. Focus medium projectile, which is the Motus, and we need theory oromancy. Okay. And now this last one opens up. The Advanced Essentia Transport. This is what I was looking for. During the infusion crafting process, Essentia is drawn directly from jars and floats through the air to the infusion matrix. The magic of the matrix keeps it stable enough for the infusion process, but normally the Essentia is changed in such a way that it becomes unstable for anything else. If only I could find a way to draw Essentia through the air outside of the infusion process and still keep it stable. I have cracked the method of keeping aerated Essentia stable outside of infusion. I have drawn up plans for 2 devices. The filling Essentia transfuser can take Essentia directly from a pipe network or other Essentia source and transport it to jars within 16 blocks of the direction it's facing. The emptying Essentia transfuser does the opposite, drawing Essentia from jars within range and placing it within tubes or devices requiring Essentia of a specific type. Okay, and that is alchemy 95% done. How is that 95% done? I've already done everything. What's left? Do I actually have to craft the things? You scanned it too much too fast? Something hidden until you progress further. Okay. So basically it's just continuing through the other trees. So what do I want to do next? Artifice maybe? Lamp of Growth, Lamp of Fertility, and the Magic Mirror. Arcane Grappler. Still can't do the Hungry Chest. Automated Crossbow would be nice. The Arcane Boar, and the Advanced Automated Crossbow. So examine something that can launch objects. I thought I did that though. I mean, it's as simple as scanning a bow, I guess. There we go. Okay. Did that not work? No. How hard is it to say a bow launches things? Like, come on. Okay, so you're saying I need a dispenser for this one. Stupid quest description. Okay. Found a way to give a crossbow a mind of its own, turning it into a simple automated turret. Placed in the world, it will automatically fire at any hostile monsters it detects within its limited range. Unfortunately, its limited mind does not allow me to fine-tune its targets. It has very limited internal inventory, but if I place it over an upward-facing dispenser, it will automatically reload itself from the inventory. Right-clicking will pick it up. And then, of course, the arcane activator rail. The turret can ride in a minecart and will reload from a dispenser placed underneath the track. Passing over an arcane activator rail will change the behavior of the turret. If the rail is active, it will disable the turret. Passing over it again will re-enable it. Okay. Nothing there. I just need a piece of bone meal, huh? Not one. Alright, Lamp of Growth. I need a mirrored glass and ender pearl. Which is this guy. Quicksilver and a pane. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, dummy. Now what? Oh, not my inventory. There we go. Magic mirror. Now we enchant a pair of magical mirrors that act as doorways to the void between the worlds. Anything shoved or piped through one mirror will pass through the strange realm and emerge from the other mirror, even across dimensional boundaries. Unfortunately, this realm is extremely hostile to mortal creatures like myself, so using these mirrors to transport living creatures is not yet possible. To link a pair of these magical mirrors, you simply need to place one of them in a desired location. You then right-click with the second mirror on the one you placed, and then the pair will become linked. You may then place a second wherever you wish, and items thrown into one will be ejected out the other. Mirrors can only be linked in pairs, so while both are placed in the world and able to transmit items, you cannot link them to another mirror. When you pick up a mirror, it will remember the last partner it was linked with, allowing you to easily move it without having to relink it. While having one of the paired mirrors is picked up, you may easily relink either of them. Transporting items through mirrors places stress on the magical aura every now and then. Again, this causes flux to be generated. The more items you transport, the more flux is generated. Okay, fair enough. So the ascension mirrors. Like item mirrors, these mirrors cause great stress to the magical aura and will generate flux. Allow things to draw essentia from sources via the mirror. And then magical hand mirror. Hand mirror can be linked to a mirror that is already paired with another. I should note that the hand mirror can only send items, not receive them. Okay. Grappler, I just need a piece of rare earths. Okay, now I can make the grappler head, the grappler spool, and the arcane grappler, which takes the spool and the head. It's basically a hookshot launcher. Still can't get the shulker boxes, so that's 2 tabs down. 85 and 95% for the time being. Until I start getting more thaumium, tools are out of the question. Golems, I can do the brain in the jar now. I need a brain. Brains. There we go. Alright, I've discovered a way to reanimate a zombie brain and put it in my own dark uses. It retains some of the hunger it possesses as a zombie, and while it cannot consume brains, it still enjoys eating the thoughts and experience of those slain nearby. Giving the jar a good shake will make it surrender some of its ill-gotten gains for my own use. It will only hold a certain amount of experience. Particle effects will be displayed above the jar when it is full. This jar can also be used to a much greater effect than bookcases to improve mundane enchanting. So, brain a jar. Okay then. Bathymic mines. So, just need some Golemancy theory study. This has a new addendum. I can now create an advanced version of the seal that will give greater control over which creatures my golems will target. Okay. I can now craft an advanced version of the seal that allows filtering more items at once. It also converts or gives greater control over how the items are filtered, though golems need to be smarter to perform tasks created by the seal. I can choose to have the seal ignore MBT or damage values when filtering items, or use the OR dictionary or have the seal filter. Okay. 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 Need to examine iron still. I wonder if any old iron will do. Here, a block should work. Yep. Here we go. Clay. We got to examine brass. Material studies. Dragon's blood resin. I don't have a dragon wing, no resin. And brass. There we go. Another one bites the dust. Okay. Moving right along. So pretty much, unless I wanted to go further into oromancy, everything on the left side is as far as I can currently advance it, aside from creating more thaumium to get the tools. This might take a while. Apocrypha. Ring of Nutrition. Eating food is such a scam. Why do I have to eat things just to eat more things later? And don't even get me started on having to eat good things. Eating some melon slices I picked off the ground is perfectly healthy. Perhaps I can find a way to improve my ability to derive such sustenance through infusion. Eat some junk food, eat something nourishing, and learn arcane fusion. What's considered junk food? Oh, hell. There you go. Hiya, Kors. What's up? How dare you, Emperor? I do not have silly moments. I resent that. I have flaky moments. Need another brain? Really? I guess it can't be helped. Yep, for those of you who are overseas, I know that today is basically Christmas for you, so Merry Christmas to those watching this stream at this time. Uh, for those of you who are stateside, tomorrow, well, day after tomorrow at the time of this recording, because today is the 24th for me, I'll catch you and wish you a Merry Christmas then. Corge, are you trying to imply that I don't have a brain at all? Come on now. I ain't doing too bad. Yet. Also, I don't know how I did it again, but I have a block reach that is really, really far. Alright, now I can move this back later. That'll give me more room when I decide to actually build the structure for my runic matrix right there. On a nice little slate platform, which is kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I put that back. I would extend it out further, but I got my stairs right there. You punk. Alright, I'll give you that one. Lord knows my brain already ain't the best in the world. Alright. I think we've gone quite nicely progressing through all this. We made it this far, didn't we? Recharge pedestal. I can wait on that. Let's go check back on the space noodle. Now that I did load the chunk. Yes, I let the flux grow. Let's go see the result finally. Oh, what the heck? What is hitting me? Okay, that was weird. What the heck happened? That is a tainted pig. Okay then. Really? Is that all the taint there was? Was that? Oh man. one little thing on top of the wood. Yeah, no worries, of course. Make sure to clear out some more space for next time. You'll probably be needing it. Infusion altars are quite space consuming for a solid setup. I'll have to find that my jar setups eat quite some space themselves. Taint seed afflicts nearby creatures with taint poison. Taint seed moment. Yeah, but I couldn't find where it was because it was up in the tree. Gosh darn it. Alright, so we're going to try this again. So first we're going to get rid of all this stuff. Next we're going to grab the crucible we put away. We got our portable water. And we need to grab some cobble. But this time, however, we're going to clear out a nice big old chunk around. I don't have to worry about the leaves because they will eventually despawn. Stupid heartbeat. Alright. So we don't have to do the whole chunk loading in another area, we're just going to reset here since this is still chunk loaded. Probably should have just left the cauldron here. Clinton steel. That should probably create another taint seed real quick. Actually, it looks like I might need another one. You know what? I'm just going to go overboard with it. Why not? It's not like I don't have plenty of cobblestone, right? We're going to watch the taint numbers go through the roof. There it goes. Now, is this still within the chunk loaded boundary? It is not. So screw it. Just do this. Because why not? That'll make sure it stays loaded. Yeah, it's going to take a while for this flux to dissipate. Not quite to that low flow. Just go ham, more fluffy larger than me. Goes on steel faster. That's what I did. What did I throw in? Like 6 stacks of cobblestone? That thing's going to go out of control real quick, I bet. Who knew? I think I broke my game. Too much flux! Well, as it is, folks, I have been streaming for almost 6.5 hours doing this. As soon as my game catches up in this last little bit, I'm going to try to attempt one small little thing before I decide to call it a stream tonight. Not turning it off just yet. I just got to wait for things to be moving right along. Which it looks like it's about to come back. There we go. So we're going to let that little beauty grow. And we're going to head back to base again. And I want to do two more things. First, I want to build a thermal evaporation tower. Which is going to take just some of these things. So we're going to need two of these guys. Wait, what? Come on. No, let's just get a whole stack of these things. For as much as we can, anyway. Okay, so we need at least 2 controllers. Which means we need 4 advanced control circuits. At least. Okay. And we're going to need 4 more so that we can make 4 of the valves. No. I'm going to need 6 of them. 3 on 2 towers. So I need 6 more of those, actually. Okay. Okay. So again, we need 2 of these guys. 1, 2. We need 6 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the rest of them are for the thermal evaporation blocks for the structures themselves. We're probably going to need a whole bunch more of them. For that, we're going to need more steel. alloying. Which is iron and coal. Okay, so let's go ahead and get these going. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, pulverized. Duh. There we go. And I'll need another stack of coal and pulverized coal. There's my pulverized coal. Okay, got a stack there. So this should get us a full stack of 64 steel. Beautiful. Okay, one off of a full stack. Okay. Alright, so that's 70 full blocks. I'll also need solar panels, advanced solar generators. Where's our enriched iron? There it is. Let's just go ahead and make 100 of them. Got plenty of iron and resources to do so, so why not? It's always nice to have a few extra, right? Okay, now we can start using them for crafting. Wherever they are. There we go. So we need at least 12. Oh, now what's the hold up? Oh, we need more panes. As a matter of fact, what we need to do, that I forgot to do, ooh, excuse me. And if I'm not mistaken, that should allow me to see sand. Oh yes, absolutely. I do need to start tying all my machines together on that floor so I can start getting a whole bunch of glass made. Okay. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. That should allow me to get 4 of these. Oh, we need more energy tablets made. Let's go ahead and craft about 100 of them too. Because why not? And where's the energy tablets? There they go. More of the enriched alloys. Let's go ahead and craft 1,000. It's not like I don't have plenty. As a matter of fact, while this is all going on, let's just go set this to go through the 5 times ore processing to get me a whole bunch more. So that's first. Come on. Okay, so we got iron there, iron there. So nothing there. Just iron there. Iron there. Nothing there. Good, good, and good. So what we're going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we're going to put all these in as well. Plenty of iron. And we'll just let that go. And if we look, our iron numbers should be steadily increasing shortly. Yep, there we go. So let's see, 6 times 64 is about 380-ish. And then 380 times 5, that's close to about 1,500, I want to say. Yeah, about 1,500 more iron ingots that I should get. So that'll be nice. Let's also go ahead and grab some sand. 1, 2, 3, 4, turning into glass. I was going to try to do it as much as possible. I do know that I need, for best results, the heating resistor. No, not the superheating element. Oh, what is it called? I keep forgetting the name of the darn thing. External heater's one. I want to say it's like resistive. There it is, resistive heater. That's what I was thinking of. Which I need to make the superheating element for anyway. Okay. Yeah, I can never remember the name of it. I just know it has heater in it. It usually takes me a minute or two to find it. But I'll need 2 of those. So first things first, let's get more steel. Really? There we go. Gotta love running out of coal. Could have swore I had coal essence though. Oh no, I had obsidian essence. No coalescence, really? I guess not. Maybe that's one of the ones I should put in these end ones. Coal. How hard is it to make coalescence? Oh, it's only a tier 2. I probably have that up and going here in a moment. Yeah, see, look at that. Really? I'm out of seeds? Alrighty then. Rectified. And there we go. Now I'll just have to set up a crafting pattern for coalescence into... yeah. Alright. I still need to put double the capacity on the other side here. Let's see. Do I have 6 interfaces that I can do that with? I can craft them. I need glass. It's not that I'm lacking any resources. I haven't set up the automation for getting this all up there. I really need to do that at some point. Okay. Well, I'm not going to build the solar panels because the resistive heaters are 10 times better. Okay then. That's going to be one of the first things I set up for automation, I swear. Okay, so first is coal. Alright, let's go make more of this stuff. Because that does give 2, right? Not just 1. I just have to come and collect it myself. You know what? I didn't grab those out of there, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'll just let those continue. Because why not? Alright. So these 4 machines can get moved. Technically, this one can as well. And that one can stay right where it is. I'll move it further into the corner. The anvil can stay there, but it'll allow me to add about 3 or 4 kitchen tiles for more storage space here. Okay. I'll keep this little guy on me. Okay. So, coal. No. It's got to go through a pulverizer, which can't be a sag mill. Yeah, I just go back into the sag mill. And I'll keep one stack out. As long as I put in the coal first, that does nothing. But I'll need a second stack of coal. And of course, I'll need 2 stacks of pulverized coal. Yay! Oh, and there we go, space-time noodle. Hey, read the text. Yeah, I'll have to get that. I'm making another one. Stabilizer. No, my expensive components. Stabilizers can be used to protect the items on your pedestals for infusion from instability effects from infusion. Simply connect the pedestals to stabilizers with redstone inlays and it will be ready to defend. Stabilizers will produce a good amount of flux when protecting an item and may also be a bit fiddly and just passively produce large amounts of flux. I don't make the bugs. If you decide to make lots of flux, at least there's a normal stabilization method that usually does the trick. Stabilizer and redstone inlays out of the oven. If you did every quest before this point, you're all warmed up, Thaumaturge. Any Thaumaturge with care would read the information their Thaumonomicon has provided alongside what most of these quests provide. Okay, why is this? Oh, because I have to do the crystal farmer. Okay. So the next one is the Golem Press. Build a servant. You need to look at the part of the press with the Essentia 2 ports to complete the quest. Create modular golems using various resources in Machina Essentia. Different parts will provide different statistics and abilities to the golem. The frame material defines most of the stats. Gaze at a golem press. Okay, we have everything we need for that. What's this? V-Salt and Augmentation. Oh, that's a hefty description. That's the name of the mod. The 2 casters' gauntlets from Thaumic Augmentation are able to accept special upgrades aptly named augments. These augments will enhance your gauntlet in one way or another. There's not really any best combination. It comes down to what you like. Both gauntlets also have a little V discount in them. The Thaumium with 10% and the Void Seer with a 30%. They also have additional minor advantages. The Void Seer gauntlet can draw V from the aura in a 3x3 chunk radius around the user, while the Thaumium gauntlet has slightly shorter spell cooldowns. Augments are composed of a modular and effect crystal. The modifier will determine the focus power bonus and power condition, while the effect crystal determines what kind of bonus is granted when the augment's condition is met. The elemental modifier provides a bonus to the foci with effects that use the aspects of the crystal installed in it. The V crystal used in elementum in the elemental modifier can be swapped out at a crafting table with the V crystal you want to swap it for. Augments can be removed by crafting with the gauntlet with them attached alone, pulling off the most recently added augment. And we'll need to create the Thaumium or Void Seer Caster's Gauntlet, any modifier, and any crystal. Oops. So that is definitely something we want to get into. Celestial Observer, Gollemancer's Wrench, Control Seals, and Seal Copier, and Collapsing into Madness, but we need to do the Crystal Farmer first. So we just gotta get any of the crystals, which shouldn't be too hard. We gotta create one of the Thaumic Edition jars. Brass Warded, Thaumium Reinforced, Void Fortified, Mythemite, Adventite, and Mithril. Oh, and this will also give us the Crystal Bag of Holding. A Crystal Bag is a pouch that will accept a practically infinite number of V crystals. It's the perfect form of storage for them. I hope you didn't consume your pouch with foci in it for the research. Well, it actually wouldn't be a bad idea if you have it that way. Because, I mean, while it holds from the 3x3 chunk with the Void Seer's Gauntlet. What do you mean, troll? How dare you, Imp? I am not. But yes, I do agree. This is the good stuff of Thumb, and I can't wait to get into it. I do want to get this built because, well, let's face it, it's very nice to be able to see the V in a 13 by 13 chunk. Or 13 by 13 map of the V levels. Which I guess is essentially one chunk. Or most of the chunk anyway. That's just creating the harness. You'll need to visit the end to complete this research. Well, I haven't been there yet, so I'm screwed. Or a disperser. Apply effects of V-Saw is given to the small area in front of where it faces. Essentia pistol. Mortus gun. Crystal crusher. Oh look, the automated crossbow. Closed Thaumic turrets. Fire this weapon for 12 seconds. An advanced automated cross is similar to the regular automated crossbow but better. It fires slightly faster, has 10 more health, does not take knockback, and you can select what types of creatures it will attack. That's always helpful. Nice and dandy. And of course there's the arcane bore, automatic digging device that will dig a long tunnel in the direction it's facing. It requires a pickaxe, some kind to operate. The more enchantable the pickaxe is, the wider of an area the bore can dig. Tools used to bore also use durability much slower than normal, around 50 times slower. Most enchantments or other effects the pickaxe has will also take effect in the bore. It can also be mounted in a minecart and toggled with an arcane activator rail, just like the automated crossbows. So that's kind of nice too. Space-time little reward. What problem to fix? Oh, you're talking about how the descriptions, not descriptions, the bubbles that each of the quests are in aren't advanced automated cross. What? Oh, I see it now. Gotcha. Well, see, that's why I'm playtesting this, because it's typos that are caught, right? If nothing else. I mean, you don't want to have to push it out, find all these, and then push out another patch within like 3 days to make sure you catch all your errors. You're doing this before it gets released to the general public. Alright. So let's put a bunch of these coal pieces back in. I didn't mean to put them all in. So 1, 2, and 1, 2. This will get me some more steel going. Actually, one of those can go back. I really got to get my chat bot working back again, because you can do actually quite a bit of things. Like, I have a whole slew of games that you can actually play, aside from other things. Getting channel points for one. I don't know if I'll be able to run it though because of how intensive this is. You know what? I'm going to take these out of here for now because, yeah, it's just taking up a lot of room now. That'll keep there. Caster's gauntlet and lithometer. Okay. So, first things first, let's sleep. Then, let's check my chunk loads. Okay. How far over this way is the chunk loaded? Okay, so that's out of the border. I need 2 of them set up though. So if I put it 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it has to have a 2x2 internal. That actually should work for one of them. And it should be fine to put the other one up here if I level this off a little bit, I suppose. Ah! Stupid skeletons with helmets. This should be about a good space. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I build it back in this corner, I can do it. And I'm going to have... I'll have the port on the front, and I'll have the computer right here. And I'll have the other one on the other side. But I'll have it up one higher. Okay, so controller is going to go there. One of the ports is going to go there. The heater port is going to go there, and then the water port is going to go there. And then I just build it up. Now that should be operational, I believe. Yeah. And then just doing this will increase its capacity. And it doesn't need to be that big, really. It just has to be fast. There we go, that's perfect. It just so happens during the day it gets hotter. Let's see, if I remember correctly, I do have another dense. Nope, not there. Yeah, dense infinite water source. That'll keep this plenty satisfied. I just need to make those now. Need at least 2 of them. Along with 2 flux points. Okay. Okay, why is this not filling up now? Oh, that would be why. Let's do 1,000 if I can. That'll make the temperature rise rapidly. Yeah, it was covered up by the dirt. The import for the power in. Okay, next thing I need, excuse me, is a big tank. What kind of tank can I use? Black hole tank, maybe? Yeah, I think a black hole tank would work. I will need a second one. Wait, no I won't. Or will I? Will I? Water turns into brine. Brine goes into a black hole tank. Brine goes into another evaporation tower. Brine turns into lithium. Liquid lithium. Liquid lithium then goes into the chemical oxidizer? So it should go into the bottom of these for input. So I can put the black hole tank probably right up there. Let's see, what kind of fluid ducts will I need? You know what? I don't need any. Conduit moment. Interfluid conduits. And I'll have to craft a couple more. I'll need conduit binder and fiber alloy. So let's just make it less. Let's get about 5. That'll work. So it's going to go from there to there to there to there. Insert only. Yep. Damn it. Extract always active. Okay then. And if I absolutely need to, I can put another dense water, probably like right next to it right there, if I absolutely need to. Okay then. And of course I can make the height more. I know I'm going to need to. And just keep raising my temperature until this stops increasing. So let's try 3K. Okay. So that's 3000 Kelvin. And that's getting plenty produced. Okay. So the next thing I need to do is plan out where this is going. Let's do right there like that. Sounds about right. Um, okay, so if I build this correctly, that's 3. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to do this, this, and one short. Okay, and there. Here's going to be one import. This is going to be extract always active. And I gotta finish this before that will register. That's just going to go right there. That's going to go there. And then just fill this in. Okay, that's filling up the brine. This is going to be inserts. And then this operates off of heat too, correct? Yes. So, right next to it is going to be the last port and this resistive heater. I'm going to put this one also at 3000. Brine into liquid lithium. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, since this is basically essentially never filling up, and how fast is this filling up? It's actually going down. So it looks like I will need another dense tank. Okay. So let's go ahead and make another port. I'll have to make two. Then I'll need another dense for up here. So what I'll do is I'll bust this open, place a port, and then place another water source. That should keep water flowing nicely here. Yeah, that should keep it filled. Brine's still going down. Okay, liquid lithium. Alright, so I'm going to put this over here. No. I'm going to put them both right here. Actually, I don't think this one needed it. Okay, there it goes. What? Denied access. Another player's using it. What? Okay. Alright, so 3000 temperature, liquid lithium. I made a second one of these for nothing. But I can keep it just in case I do need it. God damn it. So 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I can't do another layer. That's empty. So let's see if I can crank this up. 5000. Looks like 3.3K is the max heat. So we'll drop it down to 3500. Nope. Yeah, okay, so one at 3500. It's just showing 0. Alright, Amp, you take care. Have a nice night. Thank you for coming out. We did plenty of Thaumcraft stuff for a good long while. And I do plan on continuing part 3 next stream. So, yeah, I'm going to go get that taint seed here in a few minutes. But other than that, I'm done with Thaumcraft for this evening. It's coming up on 7.5 hours. I just want to get this lithium production going into fuel over there to complement my other setup. And then I plan on calling it a stream myself. But you have yourself a nice night. Thank you for coming out. Alright, let's go make a bunch of these irons. Alright. All done. Okay then. So we got plenty of water production, and we've got max heat going in. Which is producing as fast as possible for brine, which is now essentially backing up, thankfully, going into a max heated thermal evaporator for brine into liquid lithium. So we're going to need another black hole tank, which is this guy. And we're just going to put that right down there. We need 2 more conduits for fluid. Which is liquid lithium. And if we look, that's molten liquid lithium. Molten dilithium. Okay, where's just plain lithium? Oh. Okay, into a deconcentrating, which turns into lithium, which gets fed into the solar neutron, I believe, right? Another conduit. Which is going to be there. Into a rotary. Caps lock. Okay. Which goes there. That way. Inserting. Deconcentrate. And then I need 2 ultimate pressurized tubes. Which goes to there and there. And last but not least, another flux plug. Or just ultimate universal cables. Yeah, just do cables. Whoops. Okay then. So as you can see, the thermal evaporation blocks themselves do not need to be tall. You will need two of the dense infinite water sources in order to keep the thermal evaporation block filled. And as you look back and forth between both of them, they stay at close to 300,000. You need 3.5 KRF or 3.3 KRF because that's the max that the kilokelvins can handle in the thermal evaporation controller. And again, the blocks themselves do not need to be high at all. In fact, if we absolutely wanted to, we could probably build another mini thermal evaporation block for water, just to make sure that we always have enough brine going into our thermal evaporation tower over there, turning brine into everything else. But at 3.3 thousand, because we can spare, excuse me, the brine is on the empty side, so the brine needs to fill faster. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and we have plenty of blocks. Is we are going to, yeah, right here. Yeah, one more. Okay, and that one right there. And we are going to build ourselves another one. Okay. Alrighty then. That looks about right. And we'll need 3 ports and a controller. So we got 1 port already. We don't need any of these extra ones now. But we'll need 2 more. And a controller. So we need 2 there. 3, 4 more. Ah, what did I do? I pressed the wrong button. I accidentally made my game full screen. Haha. Didn't mean to do that. So we need 4 of these guys. And then I'm just going to craft another 1,000. And then go back to the thermal. Yeah. R1 controller. We already have 1 port, so we need 2 more. Bingo. And 1 more heater. Which is this guy. That was odd. For some reason I was out of osmium. Nope, nope, not thermal. Heater. And another flux point. And conduits for fluid. So craft 1 more. And we'll have to get 1 more vibrant. Alloy ingot, which we'll do after this. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's filling up nicely. Oh, we're going to need another port to withdraw fluid, aren't we? Let's take out, no, let's take out this one right here. We'll put the heater there. Actually, we'll rotate it. We can put our flux plug here. Jump is already loaded, good. Network selected. 3500. And we need 1 more port. Bingo. Because it doesn't need to be big at all. Turning water into brine. And then our conduits. How'd you wind up way over here? Actually, I'll switch these around. There we go. Alright, so what do we need for those vibrant alloys? Energetic alloy and ender pearl. That redstone, glowstone, gold. Okay. And then we need ender pearls. Okay, underway. Alrighty then. And that should get us what we need. There we go. Now we're actually getting some brine moving. Millibuckets at a time from there. 83 or so millibuckets from there. That has 50. This is constantly taking it. And that is constantly going up, which is constantly going through there slowly, which is filling up these. Both of these. which is ultimately filling all of these. These are all filled. These are all filled. All filled. Good, good, good. This one, yeah, that's going to be a while. I would hate to have to make a third brine tower. But I actually might have to. Let's see, if I turn this guy this way, and I build out here, so 1, 2, 3, 4. If I stand right here, am I in my chunk load anywhere? I am. What would be in my chunk load? Huh? Weird. Well, on a good note, this is keeping up production. It's empty, it's producing, and eventually to get backed up to the point, well, no, it won't, because as soon as it finishes, it empties. It's got to produce faster than Ender IO conduits, essentially. And this can have upgrades put into it. I do need upgrades for it. I do need upgrades for these. Just speeds, so I need 8 speeds right there. So let's go with 24.
What?
Okay. So we got that going on. Just give it a second for those to all produce. So let's see. That's enough for 4 machines. Here's our 2 neutrons right here, since that's all they need. Okay. Now, to be fair, we're not going to be able to build our mech reactor itself for quite some time. So this can all easily get excuse me, backed up into plenty of storage. Excuse me. Okay, so they are empty. Now I need to get 8 more speeds and energies for this one. And of course 4 mufflings. So let's go ahead and get our speeds. Got 8 more right there. Energy. It's 8 of them. Muffling. Rich alloys. So craft another 1,000 of them. Okay, it is crafting them, so it's just taking a while. Oh boy, people. This is just certainly taking forever, isn't it? And yeah. So I got energy in here now. I'll get the muffling in there as well. This guy needs some speed upgrades and energy upgrades and muffling upgrades as well. This guy does not need any upgrade. Well, he requires different upgrades, I should say that. This guy doesn't have any upgrades at all. So let's get these built real quick, assuming I can do this right. 8 more of those. Eight more of these. Oh, no more crafting CPUs available. Ah! I'll get that in there at some point. Haha, got it. Didn't mean to do that part. It's just crafting a whole bunch of the enriched alloys because I set it for like 6,000. So yeah, that's kind of my bad. But so that I can do those big numbers, I do have it planned that I'm going to build a second set of those machines. So let's first get rid of this and the dirt. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs soulbound and soulbound 3, don't need that. We can sleep. Okay. So everything is set up to fill the ultimate gas tanks. Yes, I know filling them, so many of them, is probably overkill. And I could probably stand to do more on the deuterium side, but the deuterium is a much easier process. It's as fast as this machine can handle right here, which also needs speed and energy upgrades and muffling before I forget about that. So let's get those. We'll get these, I swear. There we go. This is just to make sure that they always have production going at maximum capacity. Okay, and we'll get the muffling in there later. We will build a third evaporation over here. I decided that that'll probably be best, because why not? It's going to be one space apart so that the resistive heater is filling both sides. If I absolutely need to, I can raise it probably up to like 7,000, so that way it heats two sides. I will, of course, need more water producers so that that one stays filled as well. This one just got lucky that it was able to share. But when we get this new one built, we'll see if one will do it. If we have to, we're going to build a second port on it anyway for water, so that way we can put it in if we need to. Just put it on this other side over here. Grab our thermal, and we can lay our foundation for it. Okay. Okay. Let's see, so let's get another controller. We need more of the blocks. Ooh, not many, but a few. So another controller. And 3 more ports. 1, 2, and 3. So controller, port. Need our handy dandy crescent hammer. Good, that's staying at max amount. That's staying at max amount, and okay, so we're gonna need 1 more port, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more blocks. So the ports, let's just put it right here in the front. And then we can put these all around. And there we go. That's filling. Okay, do we have another dense? Dense infinite water? No. Can we make compact infinite water? No. Can't even make a regular compact water. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 more fluid conduits. So that's 1 set, which we need conduit binder for. I'm missing clay. Oh, just take half of that. That works. We can deal with getting that later. So what I say, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Now we set this to extract always. Now we just gotta fill it. Given that that's on top the way it is, do it that way. That way if I happen to fall in there again, I can get out of it. Instead of getting stuck. Okay, brine is backed up. Brine is backed up. Wait, what? That should be liquid lithium. Okay, so let's grab my gauge dropper. Let's fix this right now. Okay. Okay, those are going until they're filled up. And they get filled up overnight because of solar activation. That one's filled. That one is still filling. Of course, they only work during the day, so let's make a daytime to make sure it's working. Oh yeah, it's going. $50 brine. It's good. Now I just need water getting into this last one over here. So we need basic platings. Graphite dust. Graphite ingots. Liquefacted coal. And we need blocks of coal. Oops. One full stack of it. Oh, no, can't. Okay, let's go ahead and get this cooking. Since the best way to produce coal is through a sag mill. I need to come up here to grab those anyway. What else can I use to melt down? Pulverized coal times 9. So it looks like it has to be a melter, a tinker smelter. So in order to get the graphite dust, you need graphite ingots. To get the graphite ingots, Need cast liquefied coal. Liquefacted coal. Wait, isn't that what I have in there now? Might help if I went to check my Tinker Smeltery, huh? Well, look at that. Liquefacted coal. Now, is there a liquefacted coal block? Or a graphite block? Okay, there is. So the fastest way to do this would be this way. But no. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I was dumb. Yeah, graphite ingots. That's what I thought. You punk. Hmm. Alright. Now that a little bit of that is out of the way. These can go crush. Yeah. Okay, I forget what I was trying to make here with this. Oh, that's right. Yes, 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 yes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I need 8. Okay, so first is this. Then it's this. Now I do know that there's a way to speed this process along by having it autofill a bucket from nearby. And of course this is just going to take a while to do. Especially because I'm making 2 of them. But I think for the moment, I think I'm just going to make the lesser ones. And I'll just throw all these in there. Then these 2 guys I'm going to go put over onto here. So these aren't filling that fast, but it's a little bit extra push. And it's a little bit of a bump here too. Okay, it's filling up the 3rd one now. So that's good. The reason why this is offset, in case anybody was wondering, is you can produce the electric pumps not only in greater quantities, because it's literally just 2 things, electric pumps piping into electrolytic separator, piping into the tanks, but also these constantly work. And it does have a little bit of a buffer right here with the ultimate fluid tank. But more specifically, looking at this setup, this bottleneck's right here at the solar neutron reactors because they only work during the day. And literally, unfortunately, in order to get the final step of tritium for this production to get going the way it needs to, it unfortunately has to, well, basically, it basically has to just suffer because, yeah. But, yeah. So, eventually I'll get, excuse me, those, infinite water sources right here pumped up so that this is producing more. Um, as you can see, it's a constant production. Everything bottlenecks right here at the rotary condensator. So once these get filled, excuse me, these guys get filled at nighttime, it'll start backing up the line, start backing up the rotary condensator. It doesn't really back up the fluid conduits here, but these are almost instantaneous between these two machines. And then it'll start backing up the black hole tank, which the thermal evaporator controllers will never back up because of that. But I would like to get a positive amount in the black hole tank here. The worst that I can do, or the best rather that I can do, is maybe lower this down to about 2,000 maybe. And that may lower the heat enough that this starts backing up with brine. Okay, that's not working, so let's try making it a lot lower. Let's try making it 500. Okay, I don't know why that's not dropping, but it's supposed to. No, there it goes. Now it's starting to drop. Okay, so I want to keep this at max, so I'm going to put this back up to 100. Okay, let's put it back up to 1,000 then. As long as it hits 3.3, we're fine. But it also means that we can lower the RF usage on these two machines over here. And those should still stay at max. Well, these two might be a little bit tougher for that one. That's essentially 3 total evaporation towers feeding into 1 black hole tank for brine from water, and then 1 turning the brine into liquid lithium, which then stores in a black hole tank that never gets filled. And here goes the lithium backing up now because it is nighttime and the lithium here is full, and so must the pipe be. Okay, liquid lithium is building up as well. It's got the speed and energy upgrades. That needs the other speed and energy upgrades. Of course, I don't think it'll be necessary because this isn't producing all that fast. I tried it. It was alright. Actually, as a matter of fact, actually no, just that might actually be better. Oh yeah. Well, now it's reading a little bit more as it jumps. Okay, that's backed up, which means this is starting to get backed up. Still only on the 3rd tank, but hopefully that won't be for too much longer. But it's got the machines that it needs with the upgrades it needs for everything to get as fast as possible production. I need speed upgrades here with energy upgrades there, so speed. Created them, never took them out. Energy. And I'll still work on getting the actual construction built for all the muffling upgrades. Okay. This needs the other ones. And then I have upgrades in this guy. So that is it. I suppose if I wanted to back it up, all I'd have to do is this. Wait, no, that didn't work. Never active. That's what I wanted. see how fast this can fill up. Let's see, let's hit about 100,000 and then we can turn it back on. Okay, so let's see how that plays out now. Turning it always active. It's just going through this so fast, which is perfectly fine. That is actually quite beautiful. Because it means that it'll perfectly back up during the day, or excuse me, during the night, and during the day it'll have more than enough to keep it going, plus refilling faster than it's using. And same thing with the deuterium. Now for DT fuel, which is the last part of this. Here we go. In order to make DT fuel, it takes a chemical infuser with the deuterium and tritium. So, wait, what was it? Chemical infuser. Okay. So this guy right here, which needs 2 of these guys, and the basic control circuits. Just 2. Hmm.
Honey, it's 8:30.
You know what? Let's just cancel this. Got our 2 circuits that we need to get our chemical infuser. And that'll keep making the compressed redstone. So we're going to just set this down, let's see, about right here. Ultimate universal cables. Which will allow us to get power to it. Here. Okay, we'll need 8 more upgrades of speed and energy. And of course, 4 muffling. And now, to finish everything off, we need ultimate pressurized tubes. Okay. And that should, after I configure it, output down, and output down. Okay. There we go. We are now making our DT fuel, which is the final thing that we need for finishing our structure. We just need the lasers, which we have a few. We'll need more. We'll need one reactor port. No, two reactor ports. Whole bunch of reactor frames, one reactor controller. Yeah, we just need a bunch of that. So frames is what we're going to need a whole bunch of. So okay, so make these all output back downwards. So that the top and the bottoms are in and out. Okay, that will keep our DT fuel filled. And we're going to do the same thing with our deuterium. And then all we have to do is make our machine over here. 3x3 in the center, diamond shaped coming up in a like a geode. And that's literally all we need. Got our fuel coming in from this side. Unfortunately, we have to put the controller on the top, but that's no problem. And then on the back side, we'll have our lasers and let it take as long as it needs to for the first charge up. But yeah, now it's just a matter of waiting until this gets filled up. Which it's getting there. It's on number 4. And once this gets filled, it'll be the rest of the way. So let's just get our speed and energy upgrades into there. Okay. Wait for those to finish. Okay. Okay. What the heck? I hate these things. Alright. Where was that? Oh yeah. Just getting upgrades for these guys. And eventually I'll put in all the muffling upgrades as well. Okay. And there it is. That's as simple as it gets. Now store that there. That's all set. Okay. Mm. Okay. Everything has max temp. 3.3K. 1KRF. 1KRF and 1KRF. Okay. So literally the bottleneck is always going to be the solar neutron reactors because they only work during the day. That's why you have these ultimate gas tanks as a backup. So that way you can make sure that it runs during the nighttime without flaw. You really don't ever need that much DT fuel because if this setup works like it's supposed to, it will run perfectly fine and powerful non-stop once the mech reactor kicks off. But we'll see how close that comes when we get there. I did find more constellation papers. Maybe next stream I will continue on with that, so that way I can get more of that unlocked. Also, if I take my Akashic Tome out and bring up my Astral Sorcery, I did manage to level up again. Twice! So that's 2 perks available. So we are definitely going for the increased perk effectiveness, because we are heading for that center one. Alright. So that just keeps increasing our perks. We're going to put this back onto our Thaumonomicon and put this away. And we are now at... Are we over 80 health? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. Nope, 73. We're getting there. We're getting there. I will say, the fact that the rotary condensator is working so extremely well during the daytime, and so are the solar neutron reactors, especially running 2 of them, we will absolutely never have to worry about this backing up. I just hope that we don't overload our Beck reactor to the point where we don't have enough fuel injection going in compared to how much we're producing. So, this is all set up. This is all working. Let's go grab our taint seed. Hopefully that is finished by now. We're going to find out. I forgot I don't have my Infinity Booster card yet. We will work on that as soon as we find an Enderman. And for that, we can probably just go to the Midnight Dimension, which we're going to eventually because there's cool stuff in the Midnight. Not really anything functional, but it's fun. Alright. Where did the seed go? Huh? Excuse me? It despawned. What? That is not cool. Alright. So we're going to set this up for another run, I guess.
Honey.
2 stacks ought to do it. Alright, so where is this thing at now? Right there. Hello. Yep, that's it, alright. Well, I hope it doesn't break my cauldron. Or the block underneath it. It's alright if it does, because it's a spare. But, yeah. This is all chunk loaded, so hopefully it works. Going home. I want to go up and check on some auto crafting real quick. Oops. Eventually I'm going to make this whole room right here filled with machines that I can auto craft with. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. That's working. It's running out of energy, but it's working. That one's going. And those are going. And that one doesn't need to run. So basically, I'm going to call the stream here. I do need to set... No, I already set it up. Never mind. I'm going to duplicate everything that's right here. These 6 machines, all the cabling and everything. Exactly the same over here on this side. I will change the inner conduit to the ender conduits. But I'm going to make sure that all the elite infusing factories, well, these 3 are infusing. There's 4. The enriching and then the compressing. I might change the order around a little bit, but I am going to put all of them over here. So that way, when I do massive crafts like this, I can actually have them done faster. But they are going to be identically set up as far as it's going to be, you know, it's going to be the osmium first, then it's going to be the enriching, because without the enriching, you're not doing anything. Then it's going to be the 4 infusing in the order of compressed redstone for the control circuits and enriched alloys. Then it's going to be the steel blend and enriched iron, which I forgot I did that because I was trying to make steel earlier. And literally, if I take the steel blend, all I gotta do is smelt it and it turns into steel. Of course it does. How much steel blend do I have? Not a lot. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of steel. I'm not going to. At least not yet, because I gotta wait for all these crafts to finish. Well, so it's looking like this one's going to be fine. This one is currently fine. This one's running low. That one's fine. And then, yeah, it's keeping them all filled. So literally the only one that's hurting is the obsidian. Which, while it's scheduled to craft, it's no longer being used at the moment. But as soon as the crafts right here finish, which it's going through pretty quickly actually, with all things considering. Yeah, yeah, it'll take a little bit. So I'm gonna end stream here. Uh, I'm gonna leave the game running a little bit so that some of these crafts can finish up. So things like this are not going to be an issue next episode. And I will also see about maybe trying to get some of these reactor frames built because it's going to take a lot. You don't actually need that many, but the frames you need the most of because the glass, the ports, and the controller all take them. So once the frames are built, which you do get 4 at a time, you need 2 ports, 1 controller, and then a mixture of frames and glass in a diamond pattern. And yeah, then it's just a matter of do I need or can I make any more laser and laser amplifiers? For every 4 lasers, excuse me, for every laser amplifier, you can get 4 lasers. I have to tinker with that because I'm not used to using amplifiers and lasers, but I believe if I have the lasers on the top, bottom, left, and right, I can put a lever on the back of the amplifier, or maybe just a button on the back of the amplifier, whenever I need to fire it. But any beyond that, and all I have to do is put a laser on 3 sides of the closest one to the mech reactor and the 4 lasers behind it. Excuse me. So the one nearest the mech reactor will have 3 and a button, and then every other amplifier behind will have 4 lasers to it. And I'm going to try to make them as tight as possible because the lasers do hurt you. And on top of that, yeah, it's kind of unsightly making a nice big long thing. The more you make, the faster it charges though. But again, we're not worried about that because once it charges, it's essentially going to be non-existent because it's never going to turn off. We're going to leave it set up. Probably just going to try it with 3 lasers and 1 amplifier and a button and see how it holds. Excuse me, 4 lasers and a button and see how it holds. And from there we'll do it. I'll try to get the proper stuff where it needs to be, and we will go from there. I do have the glass that's needed. I think in here. Yep, laser matrix. The lasers themselves. And 1 laser amplifier. Can we make another laser? Let's try this one. Yep. So we can make all 4. And here's our amplifier. We'll need a button. Okay, that's to shoot it off. Amplifier aiming towards this laser focus matrix, which will then kickstart the whole process with the DT fuel prime from the hull room, which we have safely stored right here with us. And after the initial reaction, just in case it ever does break down, this whole room is going to get stored inside the DT fuel chemical infuser. That's where the fuel is being made. Because why not? But yeah, off camera, I will also duplicate these 6 machines over here just to make sure that they are all done. They will all be elites as well. As a matter of fact, because I have the stuff going, it's taking too much time. Alright, folks. Well, like I said, I'm going to end stream here. Y'all have a nice night. Thank you for staying with me for this 9.5-hour stream. Sorry it was so long. Thank you very much. Most of it was Thaumcraft. The last little bit was Mech Fusion. And just a whole bunch of crafting. I'm sorry that the second Flux didn't turn into another Taint Seed. But, well, I'm trying again. So, this is Thaumcraft Part 2. I am your host, Powerboss, signing off.